from, actually, this is our Gwinnett County camera right now, as you can see what's happening here. Let's go ahead and talk to Tommy Rutledge from the Gwinnett Fire Department. Tommy, let us know what's happening in your area right now in Gwinnett County as we look at this live shot from the Chamber of Commerce there in Duluth.
Well, Chris, right now we are experiencing storm conditions. There's ponding rain. We've had wind gusts. We've had lightning. In fact, firefighters have been busy responding to 3 reported house fires in the county, all of those due to lightning strikes. Unfortunately, there have been no injuries reported. Fire officials are monitoring the weather conditions. We have our Emergency Operations Center open, also the Fire and Police Command Centers, and we have additional resources identified to respond to storm-related incidents.
Now, so far, you've got the bulk of this heavy rain that's moving through your area right now, and you mentioned the lightning fires. Do you have any reports of any wind damage or anything right now?
I don't have any reports of wind damage at the moment. Right now, I can tell you that we have had 3 house fires due to lightning, and as we get more information on damage or on storm-related incidents, we'll certainly bring those to you.
All right, Tommy Rutledge, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you for that as you are looking live now in Gwinnett County from our live tower cam there at the Chamber of Commerce near the Infinite Energy Arena, and you can see some of the rain that's moving through there. Now compare that with what we're seeing on radar at this hour, and we did have that heavy rain that was moving through and continuing to move right along that I-85 corridor. And from what we are seeing, our live camera is right here along 85 in the Duluth, Lawrenceville area, just on the west side of I-85, and that's where we saw that heavier rain that has already pushed over to the east side. So we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, this just popped up here. This is for Banks, Barrow, Clark, Gwinnett, Jackson, Madison, Oconee, Rockdale, and Walton County until 12:45. That is from this cell that we were just talking about there in Gwinnett County. We just talked with Tommy Rutledge from Gwinnett Fire, and he said that they did have reports of 3 homes that had caught fire due to the lightning there. And now this cell is ramping up as it's moving through Lawrenceville now, and it's about to push on over to the east, moving into Barrow County, eventually into Clark County over near Athens, also to Jackson County, Madison County, Oconee County, and Rockdale. You can see those storms that are moving to the north and the east. Chesley's putting a track on these as they're moving, Chesley about they're moving 65 miles an hour. So these are really speeding up. The worst of this will be heading into Decula at 12:12, into Winder at 12:21, Jefferson at 12:30, Commerce at 12:39, and then Hartwell at 1:08. The main threats that we're seeing with this right now, as we're going to see those temperatures, see those very strong storms in Gwinnett County on the west side as it moves on over toward the north and to the east into parts of Barrow County, Oconee County, Walton County, also Jackson County, Banks County as well, and then eventually into Clark County. I want to take you back to what we're seeing right now, where Jennifer Bellamy is right now. Okay, so there again is Jennifer Bellamy's shot, our live shot. This is over in Cobb County, showing how that road was flooding there, and folks were having a hard time getting around that. There's a wider look at that. DOT is now on the scene. It looks like they are trying to kind of work on that storm drain right there to see if it is clogged up. To clean that out, to see if they can get that water on the road. Jennifer, you are standing by there right now live. I'm assuming you can hear me. Is he making any progress there?
Well, Chris, they just arrived a short time ago, and as you can imagine, it took them a moment to get down here because they were coming from the opposite direction, the direction that the cars are heading. They were coming from that opposite direction to get down here. So one of those vehicles is blocking most of this lane where the heavy flooding was, and there's a secondary vehicle. Those employees from GDOT are out there. They came out with shovels, and it looks like they're trying to figure out, survey the situation, see if there is anything they can do to alleviate this flooding out here. Again, this is on the exit ramp from 75 South heading to the west or east bypass of 285. So these crew members working, you can see one of them kind of going over the guardrail here to see what they can do to kind of get that flood water to go down. Chris?
Okay, Jennifer, thank you for that. Yeah, they're going to have to get that, hopefully that clogged drain there fixed there to let that water drain out a little bit more and keep cars out of that road. That often is where we have issues of people in wrecks, in flooding conditions that we have there with that ponding on the roadway and also that hydroplaning that can happen there too. All right, we do have a new tornado warning now that is just issued for Coweta, Fayette, and Spalding County. This is just in on the south side. Brand new tornado warning now just issued for areas just to the south of us. You can see this part of the storm right here that's coming out of Coweta County. This part of the storm right here at Peachtree City. Chesley, I don't want you to call up the camera yet, but get the Coweta County camera ready in case we need to go to that in just a minute. But I want to concentrate on this warning that we have right now. A tornado warning just now issued with some rotation indicated by Doppler radar. That is right here over Coweta County. We'll need to move that box. Okay, I'm not going to go to Matt right now. He's going to have to hold on. We've got this tornado warning. We've got to spend some time on this where we have these storms that are moving through right there at Coweta County and the Fayette County line. This is the Coweta-Fayette County line. This is where we're seeing some circulation right here just south of Peachtree City. This rotation, well, that does look good there. Chelsea's going to put it on velocity as well. You can kind of see a bit of a notch right there in the radar. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're watching right here with this potential rotation indicated by Doppler radar. Brand new tornado warning now with Doppler radar indicating, and I'm hoping we can get Chesley's mic cued and he'll be able to tell us the more information that we're getting in from the National Weather Service chat. Is this part right here where we're seeing that circulation. Now, it's softened. This is the center of the radar right here, and there's always a donut hole where you can't see right at the center of the radar, but this is just outside of that where we're seeing this potential circulation that is just to the south of Peachtree City. This is Kelly Drive. There's Clover area right here. We have South Peachtree Parkway here. Again, we're talking about an area south of Atlanta in Coweta County, right at the Fayette County line. This is the Fayette County line right here. This is just south of Peachtree City. Our latest tornado warning now is in effect for the extreme eastern parts of Coweta County, moving into the southern parts of Fayette County, and it's also in effect for Spalding County. Now, we know Spalding County was already hit on Monday with a tornado that was in the Griffin area. That was an EF0. It was a high-end EF0 that came through there. Now we have yet another one, and that's almost a little bit, you can kind of see from the reflectivity here too, a bit of that spin that is there as well. Also, a brand new tornado warning as well. They have just, let's see if this is a new one or they just extended it. I believe they just extended. Yep, no, this is the new one right here. A brand new tornado warning for Butts County, Henry County, Jasper County, and Newton County. So at this time, we now have 2 active tornado warnings. We're going to keep you posted on both of these. Chesley's going to be driving us back and forth between these. And again, if y'all can cue Chesley's mic and allow him to let us know what he's seeing from these warnings as well, I would love to get his perspective on this too. In fact, do you have Chesley's mic up now, Chesley? Are they?
Yeah, can you hear
Good
me?
deal. Yeah,
Okay.
let us know what that chat is telling us specifically about those warnings.
Well, we got this one tornado that just popped up. It's located near Jenkinsburg or near Jackson, moving about 35 miles an hour to the northeast. This is a Doppler indicated tornado. You're seeing rotation in the cloud. The impacts would be some flying debris around. You need to seek shelter right now, obviously, if you're living in these particular areas. This is a very serious situation, folks, especially with 2 tornadoes that are out there, almost in the same vicinity here. We're moving a little bit closer to this one here. Chris, I'll put the Vels one for you so you can take a better look at where that center of circulation might be.
And that's right there at Wolf Creek Road. There's Jenkinsburg right here. This rotation doesn't really look as impressive as the one that we saw over in Coweta County. We're going to bounce you back and forth between these two, but I want to let you guys know down to the south and east of the city now with this right here along Highway 23, Wolf Creek Road, Old Bethel Road. This is where we're seeing some rotation there that has now prompted a second tornado warning that is in effect for Butts County, Henry County, Jasper County, and also Newton County. That'll be in effect until 1 o'clock because of this rotation that we see right here moving up toward the north and also to the east, right at Old Bethel Road. We'll come back out just a little bit more here and give you a kind of a perspective of what we're watching. There's McDonough. So this is the southern part of Henry County. There's Locust Grove. There's 75. This is just to the east of 75, just north of Jackson here at Butts County. They again are included in that tornado warning. It's the southern parts of Henry County. Butts County is in that as well. Then it moves over toward Jasper County and also Newton County. That's up here around the New Bern area, as this is going to be moving up toward the north and east. Again, these are moving very quickly. Taking this storm around Worthville around 12:30, Hardy's Crossroads at 12:39, New Bern at 12:59, into the Reese area at 1:07, and then Godfrey at 1:14 with that rotation there. Again, in the southern parts of Henry County, just to the east of I-75, just north of Jackson, moving up toward the north and to the east. All right, let me take you back to this other one because this reflectivity and velocity mode was looking very impressive here with this. You see that right there? That is the notch we're watching right here that has that potential rotation. This is still just on the Coweta County side. This is extreme eastern parts of Coweta County, about to cross over the line. This is the county line right here going into Fayette County. So we've got this warning as this one seems to be moving a little more east and even southeast here. It's also moving at a very fast pace. It's going to continue pushing over into the southern parts of Fayette County, into Starrs Mill at 1232, Brooks at 1242, Rio at 1254, Esmond at 102, and then Griffin at about 112. Moving pretty much to the east-southeast. Let's go back to the velocity because it looked really impressive here just a few minutes ago with that rotation. Still looking good there. Now it's going to get interesting as this goes in. Again, whenever you have the center of circulation of our radar screen right here, there's a little bit of a donut hole that shows there because it doesn't look straight down. It's looking out from the radar scan. But this is right at Clover. We're going to see this moving very close to our National Weather Service office here in Peachtree City. That's where the center of this sweep is. So this circulation is going to be very close to them right now. We just had a few folks on chat asking if they're okay, and they are answering. Our meteorologist in charge was answering on chat saying, yes, we are good right now. So this again is that warning that we have really close to the National Weather Service office in Peachtree City. Impressive looking rotation there. This is the county line that you're seeing right here, that black line that you see coming out of Coweta County, about to cross over the line into Fayette County, and this may disappear quickly when it goes into this donut hole, again because of the radar being on top of a big tower. It doesn't look down, it looks out. So that's why we have that donut hole with no reflectivity right there at Peachtree City. This may move into that where we don't get any more data for a brief period as it moves on over to the east. So 2 tornado warnings in effect. Those are going to continue scrolling at the bottom of your screen where you see the severe thunderstorm warning that's also in effect for areas of Clark County over to the east, and then those tornado warnings too. There's the other warning that we have, southern parts of Henry County, northern Butts County, Jasper and Newton County, where we have this additional tornado warning that is in effect right now. Where Gwinnett County has an unconfirmed report of Grass Woods fire possible and a lightning strike of a telephone pole near Cruz Road in Lawrenceville. That's with these storms that you see here. That's from the severe thunderstorm warning that's moving. The storm is moving out of Gwinnett County into Jackson County, Barrow County right here. Also Walton County is included in this, and Oconee County, Clark County. All of those areas to the north and east of that cell is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and we're having some reports of damage with that as well. Atlanta just had the bulk of that heavy rain coming through here, but right now concentrating on these 2 tornado warnings that we have. This one that is crossing over the line from Coweta County into Peachtree City into Fayette County is moving east-southeast. This one that we have in southern Henry County, northern Butts County is moving to the northeast. That's going to take you into Jasper County and also Newton County, with that heaviest rain and storm activity and that potential rotation that is pushing through that area too. Chesley's just putting this into motion now, and we can kind of see this. This is on that flank of storms that came through Atlanta here on the southern end. That's where we're seeing that rotation that's developing. And then this storm here was an area ahead of the main line that is moving up from the south and west, and that's also producing that rotation that we're seeing there on the northern end of Butts County, pushing into Jasper County, Newton County, and also Jasper County here. Just south of I-20 on the east side is where we have that rotation. So these are the 2 cells that are prompting the tornado warnings that we have out there right now with these polygons that you're seeing here on the south side. We have a no flood warning that's in effect for Big Creek near Alpharetta due to all the heavy rain that's moving there too.
Another tornado warning.
And then what?
Another tornado warning.
All right, so this is the one for Henry County right there that we were talking about right here with that cell that's moving through there.
Yeah, 3.
All right, so I do see that now. So I'm not seeing it on the chat yet. So there's that newest warning. If you see that information there. So let's widen out. Let's look at all 3 of those right now so we can see. Okay, there it is just now coming over. right now. So this is for, so it came over on our radar before it actually crossed over the chat for Clayton County, Henry County, Newton County, and Rockdale County. Brand new tornado warning. We now have 3 tornado warnings in effect with this storm system, this line of storms on the south side that are looking more intense. So this is the 3rd one that we have right here, and that's based out of this right here. Very heavy storm activity there with some rotation, intense lightning, and heavy rain. This is, here's Atlanta. We're talking south of I-20. This is South Fulton right there. we're going to see this area of rotation here south of 285. There's 85 that goes to the south, 675 right here, and 75, where this is just in that triangle right there on the south side, where we see this next area of rotation just to the north and west of Irondale. Let's take a look at that velocity as well. And Chesley, I want to get you in on this because you're reading that information that's just come in from chat. So this looks like, we're not seeing, probably this area right here is where that originated, and now moving on over to the east. With that warning that was just put out there. Do you have any new information from what they're saying with that?
No new information. In fact, I don't even see it popping up here. Oh, the Clayton, Henry, no.
Like the warning says the exact location of the rotation or anything?
Let's see. Okay, tornado was located over Jonesboro, moving east at about 40 miles per hour, so near Jonesboro.
Okay, so that would be originating from this part right here. It does look like that worst of that has moved on over closer to Stockbridge right now. We could be seeing some of that rotation there. This doesn't look as impressive as the other two. So here's Jonesboro. It'd be this part right here. There's Mount Zion Road. Here is this along 75, Mount Zion Road that crosses that. There's 675 between Rex and Stockbridge. This is pushing into your area. I want you guys to be aware of that. Be in your tornado safe positions. Right now we have 3 active tornado warnings on the south side, 3 separate areas of rotation that we are watching here. This one here that's near Peachtree City. We have this new one that was just issued for areas of Clayton County, also Henry County, moving on over into parts of Newton County as well. That's the brand new tornado warning that we just had issued here. And then there's this one that includes South Henry County, moving into Newton County and Jasper County, also moving up toward the north here, and for those counties there, just south of I-20. 3 active areas, 3 separate areas of rotation from these storms that are on the south side. Here we are in Atlanta. This is all south of I-20 right now with these 3 separate tornado warnings that we have in effect at this hour. This one that Chesley mentioned was near Jonesboro. It's moving over to the east. Let's put a track on this one right here, Chesley. I'm not sure if that one was also moving between 50 and 60 miles an hour. These have been moving pretty quickly, moving generally over to the east-southeast. This is moving about 45 miles an hour. Stockbridge at 1229, Covington at 1258, Social Circle at 110, Rutledge at 117, Godfrey at 125. Let me take you to Coweta County. We mentioned this warning that was issued there in the eastern parts of Coweta County, moving into Fayette. We can talk to the emergency manager director there. Jay Jones joins us now on the phone. Jay, what were things like when this system moved through Coweta County?
We've experienced some trees down, not many, but we've had a few trees down in the areas that you've been discussing.
All right, so what were conditions like? And now we've got that warning that's on the east side there of Coweta County, about to move into Fayette County. And the rotation with this and the signature that we were seeing looked pretty impressive. Have you seen any reports of any confirmations of a tornado, any actual sightings of that, or are you just seeing some of the damage left behind from it?
Right now, as I'm monitoring in our EOC, we have not seen any reports come in for that particular area. Now, as it's gone across the counties where we've seen a few trees come down, as it's followed that path, maybe not as developed as it was, when it got close to the county line there with Peachtree City. But so right now we haven't had a lot of calls come into 911. That's not to say that we haven't had anything. Parts of that area that you're discussing, some of those parts are kind of rural, so it's not as populated. So we could have some things that we just haven't gotten to yet.
Okay, I really appreciate this update that you have, but you do have some reports of damage around the county with mainly trees. Is that correct?
That's correct. A few trees and power lines, nothing major, but just a few.
All right. Thank you so much for that report. We will check back with you. If you get any new information in on that damage in that more rural part there of eastern Coweta County, please let us know. This is what we're watching with that cell that's moving down to the south and also to the east. At the bottom or the side of your screen, you can see our Storm Tracker Thunder truck right now. You can see the shot of the truck as they are going southward toward that system. In fact, let's go to Sam right now. Sam, the last time we talked to you guys, you were on 75 South inside the perimeter. You're making your way southward toward these storms. Where are you now?
285 on 20 East. We're right north of that tornado warning that you've been talking about, the one that's in effect for Rockdale, Henry, Clayton County, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. I'm going to take this shot out the back just because I've just seen some tremendous flashes of lightning. We have just seen the sky light up with cloud-to-cloud lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning. I don't know if you've queried the lightning in this, but it is pretty incredible, the flashing that we're seeing, the electricity that is in this storm. Of course, just to the south, Doppler indicated tornado with this tornado warning. That is in place, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. We've had bouts of heavy rain. You can see it's not as heavy right now, but we're definitely having issues with the frequent lightning out here, and we are very close to that thunderstorm that's producing that rotation off to our south. So that tornado warning, of course, in place until 1 o'clock for Rockdale, Henry, Clayton County, and West Central Newton County as well.
All right,
so,
Sam.
We're heading east on 20, away from 285 at this point.
All right, thank you for that report. I want you guys, I know that you're in the Thunder Truck. You have all the equipment needing there in our rolling weather station, but I want you guys to be safe. Your first priority is to keep yourself safe and not get into the worst part of this. Now, we have some good news that has just come in here. The National Weather Service just canceled one of those tornado warnings, the one that was in effect for folks in Coweta County, Fayette County. From this, can we put me back up on screen here so I can point this out for you? There we go. Chesley just showing the hail part of this, but you'll notice that this warning that we had here that was originating right here from Coweta County moving into Fayette County, that was south of Peachtree City. It has lost its rotation, so they have allowed that one tornado warning to expire, but we still have these other warnings right here. You can see those, and Chesley has our lightning and hail products on here, where we're seeing some, actually this is all lightning, is that right?
That's all lightning.
Hail there, okay, I couldn't tell if that was hail in there.
I just wanted to take the radar off so you could see.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So that's where we have those two other warnings that we still have here. That one that Sam was talking about, south, she was on I-20 area. Just to the south of her is where we have this one warning coming out of Clayton County through Henry County, also moving into parts of Rockdale County and Newton County is that one warning still with some circulation with that storm. We're glad to say that the one coming that was just to the south of Peachtree City, moving into South Fayette and into Spalding County, that one has been canceled, but we still have this warning right here. This one is just about, it looks like that circulation is just about to move out of Butts County and pushed on up along the county line there at Jasper County and also Newton County. That's right there along the line. This is Newton County right here. Jasper County's right here. There's the county line. And this circulation is right in Chesley, if you could go up just a little bit, because there we go. That part right there, the border, the words were kind of covering that up. This is where we're still seeing some of that circulation there at Worthville and moving near Hardy's Crossroads. This is just near Stewart, moving over toward the Henderson Mill Road area. Again, this is on the south side, not the Henderson Mill Road that you know of in DeKalb County. This is another one that is down into parts of Jasper County and also Newton County. This is where we're seeing that circulation right now. Chesley's trying to go in close to see if we see any additional street levels come in. Since this is farther away from the city, we may have a hard time getting some of those street levels, but this is Hanley Mill Road, the Stewart area. Again, there's Henderson Mill Road, and this goes on up to the north where you see these other areas that we're watching as this rotation is going to be pushing up into your area with these, again, two tornado warnings that remain in effect. I wanted to say we just got some information in Chesley, I just lost it on chat. There was one part of the Chattahoochee River. You might have to scroll backwards on chat a little bit to see that. I just saw it a second ago. Some additional information has come in saying that part of the Chattahoochee was over its banks, and they were giving the exact location. I don't know if you can see
Azalea
that.
Road in Roswell?
Azalea Road in the Roswell area. And Tracy Humphrey is checking on that as well. She's monitoring our chat as well as our 11 Alive Storm Tracker page, where they're saying that near Azalea Road in Roswell, the Chattahoochee River coming over its banks there due to all of the heavy rain that has come through. So breaking weather news all over Metro Atlanta. The two main features that we're watching right now, south of I-20, just south of Atlanta, two tornado warnings. We've got this one to the south in Henry County, moving into Rockdale County, and also as you get closer here to the right at I-20 there near Walton County. And then this warning is also in effect coming out of Butts County, moving into Jasper County and Newton County. Both of these storms have been showing circulation. We did have some circulation with another warning that was coming out of Coweta County, just south of Peachtree City into Fayette Lafayette County. That warning has been allowed to expire early because we're no longer seeing any rotation with that as it continues to move on through. We have reports of trees down in Snellville as well. That's due to the severe thunderstorms that are moving through Gwinnett County. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect as these storms are coming out of Lawrenceville, moving through Monroe, there in Walton County, Barrow County at Winder, up into Jackson County, getting closer to Brazelton and also Commerce. This is headed toward Athens. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning there, and this has a history of producing some wind damage as well. And I want to show this because you don't just have to have tornado warnings to have damage. We are seeing damage from these severe thunderstorm warnings too, with the wind damage that is occurring there with these storms, with some trees down over in the Lawrenceville area. And then let's go on back down to the south so we can get another look at those tornado warnings that we have on the south side. Heaviest rain south of Atlanta here, just south of I-20 with intense lightning. Again, this is that tornado warning that is just south of the city. That includes those areas of Henry County, Clayton County, moving across Henry and Clayton over into Rockdale County, including parts of Newton County. Sam is right over here along I-20. She's going to be moving into that direction. And again, we're making sure that they stay safe and don't get in the direct path of that storm, of that rotation that's coming through. But that's going to be moving just south of I-20 and maybe even intersecting I-20 if it stays into that area. And then here's that second one. Chesley, let's look at the velocity of this one. It's moved out of Butts County. It's right there on the Jasper and Newton County line. This is Newton County right here. This is just a bit of a notch that we're kind of looking at. Chesley's going to put it in the velocity mode. And this that we're watching right on Newton County here, Jasper County here. This is right along the county line right there where we see that rotation. Again, it's Stewart, Hanley Mill Road, Henderson Mill Road right here. You in these areas of right along the county line between Newton County and Jasper County, you need to be in your tornado safe position. The lowest floor of your home. A basement is the best place to go if you have a basement. If not, just that lowest floor of your home where you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we have that that situation going on there with the rotation there. You want to protect yourself. Stay away from windows, the most centermost part of your house, to protect yourself from anything blowing on the outside that could come into your area with any debris or anything that's pushing through. So that's all moving over closer to Henderson Mill Road. Again, not the Henderson Mill Road in DeKalb County. We're talking about the Henderson Mill Road that's right along the Jasper and Newton County line. This is going to be moving closer to New Bern and then moving on up to the north and east as well, north of Shadydale. We will see if this holds together, and they may have to extend this warning more up to the north and also to the east. So plenty to watch with this system and these cells as they move through our area right now. Mainly south of I-20 is where we're seeing both of these areas of rotation. And since you're on velocity, Chesley, let's go ahead and check on this one back here. And again, this rotation hasn't been as impressive. This is mainly more around Stockbridge right now. It'll be interesting to see if they update this in a few minutes to give us a little better look at that rotation and if they're going to update that warning and maybe take any counties out. But still around this area of 675 and 75 near Stockbridge, Eagles Landing Parkway, and to White House. And Tracy, if you'll let me know, if you look at our Storm Tracker page, we have some very active users there on our 11 Alive, on the Storm Trackers page in the Stockbridge area, and I'm sure they're letting us know what is happening there. So just let me know if you see any new information from them. But right around Rex, Ellenwood, all of these areas here. So we continue with the, okay, there's a new tornado warning in South Georgia, Stewart County and Webster, Georgia, where there has been a confirmation of a tornado there. And they're actually classifying that as catastrophic damage, but that is south in Stewart County and Webster County. So we're going to let our folks in South Georgia keep people posted on there as to what's going on. But maybe this is that little bit of notch of rotation that we see right there, crossing over 675 at Rex, Highway 23, Homestead Road, Stagecoach Road. We have East Atlanta Road. I'm tilting my head so I can read that. And also East Atlanta Road here as well is where we're seeing maybe that little bit of rotation that we still have going on there that has just crossed over 675 on the south side from Clayton County, moving on over to the east there with this rotation that we're seeing right there. So let's widen out to give everybody perspective of what we see there and the locations of these two tornado warnings that we have in effect here. And again, Chesley, chime in, please, if you get any new information. I would love to see what you're getting there any new data that's coming in from the Weather Service. This is all south of I-20. The two warnings, this one here, we just zoomed into both of those. Right now, this rotation still looking pretty tight there along the Newton and also the Jasper County line. I want you folks in Madison to get ready. There in Morgan County, you'll have the potential for some storms that'll move into your area. We'll wait and see if that warning gets extended for you. Now, right along I-20, we mentioned the Thunder Truck. Sam is there. Let's take a shot of Sam right now in Thunder Truck. We have some very heavy rain moving through. Sam, go ahead and let me know what you're seeing there. Y'all are on I-20. Are you in Rockdale County or still in DeKalb?
We are moving east on I-20, just right near Conyers, and boy, have we seen the lightning. I mean, literally dozens of strikes in a row here. I'm going to put you on the bubble cam real quick just to see if we can see any of that lightning, because it's been particularly strong here looking off to the east. So I'm showing you southeast right now, and you can see how frequent the lightning is. This is associated with that severe thunderstorm that has the warning on it still off to our south. I have the radar on my phone looking at velocity. It looks like there is still some rotation not too far from Stockbridge. So we are northeast of Stockbridge right now on I-20, and you can just see the heavy rain that is coming down here on the roadways. A lot of ponding on the roadways, and it is definitely difficult to navigate. Look at that. Did you just see that?
Yeah, we see that.
Cloud to ground lightning. That was a brilliant bolt, and we are seeing, can you hear the thunder? We can hear the thunder. It is definitely coming down here as that severe thunderstorm with that tornado warning on it is just right on our tail here. We are just to the north of it right now.
Okay, Sam, again, I want you guys...
So how's it looking on radar to you? It looks like we do have a little bit of rotation still with it off to our south. Would you agree?
Yes, and we do see that. They have just taken out a couple of counties they've just taken out Clayton, Henry, Newton, and Rockdale. So they have just canceled that one warning. That's from that cell that you're watching right there, Sam. That is so that's good news for you. I know that you're right in the line of that, but I want you to be aware, even though they've canceled that warning for folks in Newton County and Rockdale County, it could ramp back up with that rotation. This other one that we have here, again, this is over on the Jasper and Newton County line. This is the tornado warning that is still in effect until 1 o'clock with this rotation that is still holding together right here. And you don't even have to look at velocity. You can just look at the reflectivity here and see the notch and that bit of circulation that we are watching. This is the county line right here, the black line that you see right there, Newton County to the north, Jasper County to the south. This is riding right along the county line there, where velocity was also showing some good rotation. This is right at New Bern, about to move into the New Bern area. They have not extended this northward, north of I-20 there into Morgan County, which is up here at Madison. If you're going out I-20, oftentimes toward Lake Oconee and stop at the Madison exit, you know, they've got the nice old homes there that look so nice. This would be moving into that direction toward Madison if it holds together. So that's the only tornado warning that we have right now. They actually took a couple of counties out. Butts County is no longer in it. And I believe only just the southern, Henry County is no longer in it as well. It's just right there on the county line, the extreme southern and eastern parts of Newton County, and then the northern and western parts of Jasper County. That's just that bit of rotation that we see right now where we have this potential tornado that is moving through that area as well. We have a structure fire. Do you have some new information, Chesley?
Well, there's a lot of reports coming out. Lots of structure fires, obviously, with the amount of lightning that's coming down. Gwinnett County with a report of a tree blocking a roadway over toward Jones Bridge Road and Fitzpatrick Way. We got a residential house fire at Pratt Drive. That's up in White County. And then another structural fire. This is also in Jonesboro. Sandalwood Drive in Jonesboro, another structural fire that's being worked as we speak.
And Chesley, so these are all the elements that we're watching here. We've got the heavy rain. We've seen flooding that has been moving through these areas with the heavy rain. We also have intense lightning. We have had numerous reports of structure fires due to the lightning. When we talked in Gwinnett County to Officer Rutledge there, he was telling us about those structure fires there due to the lightning. And then we're also having wind damage too, and potential tornado damage with these circulation areas that we're watching. Now, Chesley has widened out a little bit.
Yeah, just wanted to mention,
Yeah.
Chris, even though it's not in our viewing area, they're talking about a catastrophic situation down here. And I just wanted to show it to you real quick here. Let me take the lightning off. This is an amazing shot where they're saying it's an observed tornado on the ground here. Huge area. I'm trying to find, here we go, okay. Let me take that off. This was looking really, really devastating just a little while ago, where you saw, where we know where they have purples in there, it was like the whole circle there was purple. So starting to let up just a little bit now, but that's a dangerous situation. If you have family members that live down in this particular area, closer to the Americas, as you can see that over there toward the east, you definitely might want to call them and check on them.
Ellaville was also hit on Monday, so this is another thing, another system coming through that area. Widen out just a little bit because I want to show where this is in relation to Albany, because Albany has been hit numerous times. So here's Albany right here. It looks like this cell is going to be just to the north of you, but moving over toward America. So again, even though this is outside of our viewing area, we wanted to let you know about this in South Georgia because they are classifying this as catastrophic when they issued this tornado warning. Often they give terms along with that, but it was a confirmation of a tornado on the ground with damage there. So we'll take you back and keep you posted on that. But here again, back in our area, here we are in Atlanta. We still have this tornado warning that is holding together. It is in effect until, I believe, 1 o'clock with that one.
That's correct.
For this circulation that's still holding together right there along the Jasper County and Newton County line. If this is moving over toward the north and to the east, we will wait and see if this rotation holds together. They may extend this warning over to include Morgan County. Here's Eatonton right here, Putnam County. There's Lake Oconee. I often show this as a landmark, of course, as many people are familiar with that. If you're ever driving out I-20 between Atlanta and Augusta, many of our viewers vacation or maybe are spending their spring breaks out at Lake Oconee. This has the potential to move in over the north end of the lake as it crosses over I-20. It would go into Farrar at 12:53, Madison at 1:08. If that rotation holds together, it would be into the Madison area around 1:08, Greshamville at 1:20, Greensboro over into Greene County at 1:28, and then Union Point at 1:37 based on the speed of the storm and that rotation holding together. The good news that we have had with the other two tornado warnings, the rotation fizzled out. So we hope that's going to be the case with this. Often what happens, though, with these storms is that, and we had the same situation that happened on Monday, we would see some very tight rotation, and then the storm would cycle and it would loosen up and they would allow the warning to expire. And then that same cell would tighten up again and they would have to issue another warning. So we're going to wait and see if with those other two that we had on the south side, the one that was coming out of Peachtree City and over into Fayette County, it loosened up, and so they allowed that to expire earlier. So we're having confirmed damage again down in that cell that's down in Stewart County there. So Sumter County with those tornado warnings. So that's the worst of it. That's well to the south. But we have enough action that's happening here too. Now look at this over Athens, over toward the Clark County area, Oconee County and Watkinsville, moving down to the northern parts of Walton County as well. And then as you head over to the east of Athens, over near Crawford, this is where we have some heavy rain moving through. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning with that, but Chesley, I believe that has expired. I don't see that on there anymore. So that just expired. That's moving over toward Elder in 10 minutes, Vesta in 35 minutes, Elberton in 37 minutes. So just keep an eye on these storms. They've just gone below what we classify as severe limits. Let's go back toward I-20 now, because I want to get another update from Thunder Truck right now where Sam is. She mentioned earlier she's along I-20 that just moved through Rockdale County and Conyers going over toward Newton County. We do have this tornado warning just to the south and east of you. Sam, what are conditions looking like now?
Yeah, this is the heaviest rain we have seen so far, Chris, Chesley. It is really coming down. Lightning has been just incredible. We had several flashes all in a row from cloud to cloud, cloud to ground, all around us. And then just the rain just let loose. And there's a lot of ponding on the roadways here. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some flooding issues nearby. So we're in the Conyers area, moving east on I-20, driving rain. And as you said, that tornado warning is still off to our southeast, just to our southeast. So we're right in that cluster of severe thunderstorms that are bringing in all of that heavy rain. And so as we move to the east here, in between Conyers and Covington, we're going to be driving through some very heavy rain, and the lightning from these storms has just been incredible. It really is startling. It just makes you jump when you hear that clap and you see the blinding flashes of light. So dangerous to be out in the roadways. We are being very careful, taking it slow, and keeping plenty of distance between us and the other motorists, Chris. But boy, this is really something with that rain coming down.
All right, Sam, and again, I know that you are watching radar from all of the equipment that we have there in Thunder Truck, as it is a rolling weather station there where Sam is able to monitor the conditions that they're having. Again, they want to be close enough to be able to show you what is happening, but also far enough away from that to be safe, and that is our first priority for our folks in Thunder Truck. John Samuels is driving, Sam in the passenger seat. She is navigating, keeping an eye on radar there, staying safe with these storms. So let's take a look back at radar. We still have this circulation. We're holding on still to this tornado warning. Chesley, let's look at the velocity again. It doesn't look as impressive here on the reflectivity. We still have a bit of a rotation right here. Whether that's going to be strong enough or tight enough for them to extend this warning over into Morgan County. This is just about to move out of this warning polygon. So we would know, I would think, within the next couple of minutes there, if we are going to see an extension of this warning, possibly up into Morgan County, or if they're going to let this expire for areas of Newton County and also Jasper County. As this is just that bit of rotation that is still left, about to move out of that polygon. So we should know here in just a matter of minutes whether or not with this rotation it's going to be extended over into parts of Morgan County. And this is I-20. Now, Sam mentioned she's on in Thunder Truck on I-20 right up here, coming out of Rockdale County into Newton County, closer to the Covington area. So they would be close. This area will be just to the south of that. So that's what we're waiting for, to see if this is going to be extended over into Morgan County there, just south of I-20. With this last tornado warning that we have, we can have some additional ones that are going to be issued, but the three that we've had so far have generally been south of I-20, and we had some of those earlier today and Chesley and Tracy were walking you through those storms. That was with wave 1 that moved through earlier this morning. And now this is wave number 2 coming through now. Still the bulk of the heaviest rain in the rotation and the damage has been south of I-20. But even on the north side, it's been a very active day, even though we have had some severe thunderstorm warnings to the north and east of Atlanta. But the tornado warnings so far have been south of I-20. And that's where these continue right here along that, still just hugging that county line. It's just moving right along the county line between Newton County and Jasper County. And it's about to, okay, so they just let that expire. You just saw the red polygon disappear there. They have allowed that tornado warning to expire. As Chesley and I were noticing here, that rotation didn't look as impressive. And this was supposed to be in effect until 1 o'clock, but they allowed it to expire 9 minutes, 10 minutes early because the rotation, as Chesley and I just saw, didn't look as impressive as it did just a little bit earlier. But we'll keep an eye on this. I want you folks in Morgan County to know they're in Newton County, very heavy rain, but this storm, what could happen is it could be weakening a little bit, and then it could cycle back up and get strong again, and that rotation could tighten back up. I want everyone in Newton County, actually Morgan County, right here along I-20. In fact, we can zoom in a little bit closer and look at that lightning there too, Chesley, right there at Madison. This is about to move into Madison. There's Godfrey, the southern part of the county there at Morgan County. Madison, right here just north of I-20. This is what is left of that circulation that is no longer strong enough to issue another tornado warning. But still, these storms, very strong, very heavy. We could have some damaging winds with this coming into Morgan County there on the west side, about to move into Madison. Chesley just put up, the lightning strikes with this, 629 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. That's out of this entire red box. That includes this cell that's in Morgan County. Also this in Rockdale and Newton County, also moving down into Henry County too, with plenty of lightning there. No additional warnings right now, but we'll watch this rotation to see if this is going to ramp back up potentially. But the main threats that you're seeing, very heavy rain, frequent intense lightning, and damaging winds are still possible with this. But the good news is right now in Atlanta, no warnings in effect. Chesley's put up the hail product. I almost called Chesley Hail. Chesley put up the hail product, and there in Madison, you can see some of that hail on the north end of the county there at Morgan County. This is right on the line. Here's Morgan County, Walton County. We have Oconee County right here. That hail right there at that top tip of Morgan County, about an inch in diameter. Smaller size hail here near Madison there, about a ½ inch in diameter. That's moving on over to the east. So get ready for that hail to move into your area. Already parts of Oconee County, Morgan County, where you've got some of that hail moving through as well. Here's Greene County over here. This is going to be pushing into your direction. Also here in the southern parts of Rockdale County, there at the Clayton County line, we have some, actually the Henry County line right there, we have some smaller hail. That would probably be like pea-size, yeah, probably pea-size, marble-size hail that's moving through the areas of southern parts of Rockdale County. So let's go to Matt Pearl right now. This will be a good time to go to Matt. He is in our newsroom right now, keeping a close eye on some of the closings and some of the issues that are going around in the metro Atlanta area. Matt, tell us what you got.
Yeah, and we've also been following a lot of the storm tracker photos that have been coming in. Want to show you what we've laid out for you across the metro Atlanta area. First, let's start out in Carrollton, where we've seen obviously some of the most significant damage early. This was a photo from Ashley Suttle just before the second wave came in. And this is Rob Easy showing the hail that came down in that first wave. But recently, take a look at what Dunwoody Police just posted. This is at North Peachtree Road and Peeler. You can see the flooding taking place around there and the various blockers that are blocking that part off. In Stockbridge, Nat Zachary sending this photo of the thunder and lightning coming down there. We got this photo in Dallas from our own Joe Henke. This was about a half hour ago. He says now a lot of the flooding has since gone down in that area. And you mentioned closers, Chris. We've seen them coming up fast and frequent on Twitter today. Clark Atlanta, right around noon, closing all classes for the afternoon. And Zoo Atlanta also doing the same, closing early at 12 p.m. due to the inclement weather. A few other photos to show you what we've seen. This was of that second wave coming through on Freedom Parkway from Atlanta Skycam, showing those photos. And we've seen quite a bit from Athens as well. Prince Shaw sending in this photo of the hail starting to come down. We also got this video from Monroe, which we'll pull up very quickly, from Craig Fowler, showing it coming down heavily during that second wave. So again, a lot of people keep sending in your photos on the 11 Alive Storm Trackers Facebook group or using the hashtag Storm11 on Twitter. We've been seeing a lot all day, but thankfully nothing too disastrous yet. We again do want to report that road closure in Dunwoody from Dunwoody Police. That's again in North Peachtree and Peeler Road. Taking a look at this photo, just came out on Twitter a few minutes ago. Chris?
All right, thank you so much, Matt. We have a great group of 11 Alive Community Storm Trackers. They are an amazing group. We have about 1,600 of them over Metro Atlanta and over North Georgia that report to us when weather's going on quiet days, very active days. They are a huge help to us. We try to help them out by giving them weather information. They help us out by giving us weather information. We would love for you to be a part of that group. It's a closed community group on Facebook, but you can be a member of that. You just have to go and ask to become a member at the top of the Facebook page. Just search 11 Alive Storm Trackers and go and ask to be a member there. You can give us weather information. That's the first place we go whenever we're looking for some pictures. Now, a new tornado watch was just issued. Chesley had that up briefly. Oh, and this is a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for folks from Clark County. With this area of rain that's moving through, moving up toward the north and east, that's going toward Comer. It's including Crawford, the northern part of that county as well. As these storms have some intense lightning moving through, it's Clark, Madison, and Oglethorpe counties here from Athens moving up toward the north and to the east. The main issues that we're having with this is where we have some very strong winds, heavy rain, lightning, and even some hail with that. We are getting a report from the emergency manager in Henry County reporting some rotation at Highway 155 South. No damage reported there yet, so that's going to be another area that we are watching in southern parts of Henry County. That's the new information down in Sumter County. I was just waiting to see if they were going to issue a new warning for Henry with that new report of potential rotation in Henry. But let's focus on this. Severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Clark County, moving into Madison County and Oglethorpe County. These storms moving into Comer will be there around 108, Elberton at 124, Coldwater at 133, Iva at 142, and then Anderson at 152. With that intense rain, damaging winds possible with this as well, coming out of Athens, moving toward the Elberton area. That is the active warning that we have right now. Let's widen out, Chesley, because I just want to give everybody perspective of what we see and what is left here in our area. We've got that intense lightning that is still over Morgan County. This red that you see here is the outline of the severe, actually the tornado watch that's in effect. There is a new watch that was issued mainly for areas to the south. So the watch is expiring for Barrow, Bartow, Carroll, Cherokee, Clayton, Cobb, Coweta, DeKalb, numerous counties. So this watch right here expires at 1 o'clock. You see that in this red box that you see there? So this is going to expire at 1 o'clock as this heaviest rain is pushing out. But they have issued now a new tornado watch south of that. That includes Eatonton, Putnam County, areas over into Jasper County, down into Butts County. This is a new tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 8 o'clock tonight for this area as these storms continue to push down to the south and into the east. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is issued for Greene, Morgan, and Oconee County. So that is part of this right here. That's the newest one right there. That's right where I was showing you that lightning that was coming out of Morgan County right now. Greene, Morgan, Oconee County now in a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect until we get to 1:30. Let's see. Yeah, 1:30 is the expiration time of that one. That is from this cell here. This is what was producing the rotation earlier down to the south on the Newton and Jasper County line. The rotation has weakened, it has loosened up, but we still have some strong winds with this. So that's why we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with that same cell that had the rotation in the Jasper and Newton County line area. Now as it moves up into Morgan County, very heavy rain. Just look at all of that lightning. That's going to move up to the north and east into parts of Oconee County, also into Greene County. And then we have this other warning that's up to the east of Athens, including Madison County as well, and also pushing on up to the north and east into those spots too. So this is where we have the latest warnings. Look at that. Chesley's just put up the lightning strikes, 498 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes with almost 500 lightning strikes with that's over Morgan County right now. So Chesley is checking out that latest warning. I'm going to let him read to you what they're saying specifically about that.
All right, let's take a look at it now. The warning itself, they're saying mainly for parts of Oconee County, as you mentioned, Morgan County and Greene County. At about 12:25, severe thunderstorm warning. It was severe thunderstorm. Was located near Appalachia, near Madison, moving about 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour, this thing is booking. Hazardous winds up to about 60 miles per hour, and a quarter-size hail was associated with it. Of course, the impacts would be the damage to cars, obviously with that hail, to roofs, siding on trees, those kind of things. In the line of fire with this one would be Barnett Shoals, Farmington. Also, Bostwick would also be in the line of fire for this particular cell as it continues to push up toward the northeast. Again, moving at about 60 miles per hour, so it's really booking. And to put a track on that, Chris, for you, I'm going to have to back this up just a little bit.
Exactly. We have to have room for that that polygon to actually move through, or that cone to go into. So he's going to put a track on that as it moves out of Addison, pushing up into Oconee County. And you can see that would move into Elder at 108, Crawford at 121, Vesta at 134, Elberton at 144, and then Coldwater at 152 with the track of this storm. But that lightning is amazing there. Yeah. That is close to where Sam is. It's a little bit to the east of where Sam is in Thunder Truck. But that's that area that's moving to the east of the city. Here's Conyers right here, Rockdale County, right along I-20. And then you have all this lightning that's out toward Madison. Let's go to Sam right now because she is on I-20 headed east toward that, and they are most likely seeing a lot of that lightning as they drive closer to us. Sam, you mentioned all the lightning earlier. Is it getting even more intense as you get closer to that cell?
It has been so consistent. We are now heading west on I-20 from Covington, heading towards Conyers, and boy, the lightning has been so consistent out here. You can still see it. It's like every couple seconds we get a brilliant flash, and you can see the heavy rain. Hardly anyone out here on the roadways right now, and here we are headed west. Let me show you looking back to the east from where we came from Covington, and not very many cars out here considering it is the middle of the day. That is some very good news because it is a a little hazardous to be traveling out here on the roadways, and of course we're using extreme care. But yes, the lightning has been incredible with all of these cells as they've moved by. I'm going to show you outside again because we're missing the light show as I put myself on camera, so I'd rather show you what's going on outside here. But yeah, as you were doing those lightning counts, I heard you say somewhat 500 strikes in 15 minutes. That's a whole lot of light show action going on and a lot of energy that is encased in these thunderstorms, a lot of upward movement, so to speak. A lot of convection going on today with these storms, a lot of lift. So we're seeing that lightning out here, the heavy rain and the driving winds. So thank goodness there aren't too many people out here on the roadways. So people are being careful. A lot of people have their flashers on, and everyone's trying to stay safe out here, Chris.
Yeah, Sam, it's really interesting to see. We'll keep your shot up here for a second because it's really interesting to see. You guys just passed a car and an 18-wheeler under a bridge trying to get out of the rain. At the same time, you got another 18-wheeler passing you on the left-hand side. So that just goes to show the difference in the people who are able to drive through this at a different, I guess, talent level and experience level going through. Again, we stress to you guys, be careful. So I just want to confirm, you guys are driving westward back toward the city. Is that correct? And you still are dealing with that very heavy rain.
Right. Oh yeah, this is expansive. This one particular cluster of storms, and you can see there's a person with flashers on. They're weather aware. They're driving very carefully right ahead of us. But yes, we have been in this heavy rain now for probably a good 30 minutes or so, now heading back from Covington towards Conyers, and really no let up in sight here with that driving rain and frequent lightning that we've seen. So the lightning, I think, has been getting most people's attention around here. The lightning and, of course, the loud thunder that follows as the air mass is expanded by that extreme heat. So that is associated with the lightning itself. So here we are headed to the west, and you can see no real let up in sight with this particular cell. I'm looking at radar right now, and I see, and it has lightning detection on it, and there are just dozens and dozens of lightning strikes being detected by lightning detection here in the Thunder Truck, aptly named today, the Storm Tracker Thunder Truck, because there is a lot of thunder going on here as we head along I-20, heading towards Covington, actually. We're still, when I look at where we're at, we're actually heading back towards the city, but we are still well away from it. So in the middle of the heavy rain, Chris, we're going to continue to watch the conditions here continue to stay very stormy on our ride on I-20, Chris.
All right, thank you for that, Sam. And Chesley just put up on screen when you were mentioning the lightning on that cell, those cells there that are east of the city, almost 1,000 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes in that red box that you see right there. Now, Sam mentioned folks with their hazard lights on. I know there's different schools of thought about that. I think the law doesn't really look favorably on folks using their hazard lights when they're driving in the rain. I know a lot of folks like to do that so that people will see them. But when you put your hazards on driving in the rain like that, it disengages your turn signals, so you're not able to use those. So again, the law in Georgia, I don't think looks favorably on using your hazard lights in severe weather. I see that your shot's beginning to break up just a little bit. Let's come back to radar. And this is what we're talking about here. Out I-20, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for folks in Morgan County, right here at Madison. Chesley just took the lightning off so we could see this actual yellow polygon right here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County, the southern parts of Oconee County, and the northern parts of Greene County. This is that intense storm that had rotation with it earlier when it was down along the Jasper and the Newton County line. As that moves up to the north and east, it has lost some of its rotation, but it's still holding together with some damaging winds and hail with this, and that's why we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with that. It is moving up toward the north and east very quickly. These have been moving 55 and 60 miles an hour. It's about to push into actually very heavy rain over Elder right now in Oconee County, also in northern Greene County is where this heaviest rain is, and then it will push on up toward the north and east over into Madison County to the east of Athens. We also have this other severe thunderstorm warning it no longer includes Clark County and Athens, but it is including these areas near Comer and also just to the north of Crawford, and it's about to move into Elbert County. So that's the last warning that we have here. That is up to the north and also to the east of the Atlanta area. And then let me take you back out I-20 where Sam was, because I want to show you. So this is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning with all that lightning. Sam's coming back toward the city right now. She had mentioned right there in Covington, excuse me. So even though we don't have a warning right there, you are seeing the very heavy rain and intense lightning that was along I-20 as they are now coming back toward the city, getting closer to Conyers, and we'll be moving back into the city in just a little bit. And Sam will be joining me in the studio in just a little bit. But check out all this lightning right there at Madison. You know, Chesley checked on this lightning. Also the lightning up here, it was a big red box that included all of these storms that was showing. In fact, let's do another one, Chesley. It was showing right under 1,000 lightning strikes. And now it's over 1,000 lightning strikes, 1,150 lightning strikes in this red box. Now this is east of Atlanta. There's Atlanta right here. See that red box as you go out I-20. This part of the storm right here has all of that heavy rain with it and intense lightning. More than 1,100 lightning strikes just in the past 15 minutes. We have had reports earlier when these storms came through Gwinnett County of structure fires due to lightning. I am sure that we will have additional reports of structure fires due to lightning, especially, you know, let's just look at just this one cluster right here, right there at Madison, Chesley, because that's where the bulk of this is. A lot of that lightning is spread out, but it'd be interesting to see. That has 639 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, which is there in Madison here as well, moving over to the east. So this is between Madison and Elder, more than 600 lightning strikes just in 15 minutes. That's almost constant lightning there. And that's in a pretty small area to have that amount of lightning that, excuse me, that is moving through. Let's go over to Forsyth County right now, where this is where Latasha Gibbons is located. Here's Forsyth County, light rain, nothing major right now. But Latasha, you've got some damage that's reported there too. Tell us what you have.
That's right, Chris. Right now, we are on Grand Forest Drive in Forsyth County in front of one of 4 homes that caught fire this morning due to lightning. I'm going to step out of the way and show you where that started. Take a look at this tree. My photographer, Kathy Bourne, is going to zoom all the way in. You see that long strip of bark that's just stripped all the way down from the top all the way to the bottom of the tree. The fire chief says the lightning hit the tree and then jumped to the house. Inside the house were the homeowner, their grandson, and a dog. The homeowner says he tried to put the fire out himself with a fire extinguisher and was not successful. So they got out of the house, went to the neighbor's home, and by that time, firefighters arrived on scene. They were able to put out the fire, but the home sustained several $1,000s worth of damage on the outside and on the inside. Now, the homeowners are grateful that everyone made it out and there are no reported injuries. They are also giving kudos to the firefighters for saving some prized family items, one of those being a 1981 Fiat convertible and a train set that's worth thousands of dollars that was in the basement. The fire had caused the most damage at the very top of the house in the attic. Now, the fire chief says there are multiple accidents around the county on some of the main roads and some of the side streets as a result of this weather, and there are 3 other homes that also caught fire, but no major injuries reported so far. Chris?
All right, Latasha, you know, whenever we hear about this damage here, whether it's wind damage or lightning damage, we know that insurance can hopefully help pay for that, and it's always good to hear that there are no injuries. So I'm really glad that you were able to point that out, that there were no injuries with this particular cell, with that damage that you're seeing up there too. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to this for Greene and Morgan County, Oglethorpe, Tolliver, and Wilkes County. This is a brand new one that was just issued while Latasha was giving us that report. That's from this storm here that's moving through Madison and Morgan County. We have this one warning right here that moves up toward this area of Oconee County, and then we have the new warning that was just issued with this part of the storm right here that includes Greene County. This is the northern end of Lake Oconee. So there's I-20. You know, that northern part of Lake Oconee there, north of I-20. It includes that area with intense lightning. This is until 1:45 this afternoon. This is moving up toward the north and east as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for Greene, Morgan, Oglethorpe, and also Tolliver and Wilkes County. So those are the 2 warnings that we still have in effect due to this area of cluster of storms with all of that lightning. Chesley just showed us the lightning count just out of this cell was more than 600 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, moving up toward the north and east. We'll put the hail product on here as well. This is showing the potential of hail of 1 inch in diameter. Look at that. Yeah, this is a pretty intense hail right there at Madison. Again, at I-20, the city of Madison right here. Look at that purple right there. Chesley's going to do a query on that hail size. That could be between 1.5 inches and almost 2 inches. And there it comes up at 1.9 inches in diameter from that hail. The other blues that you see there, about 1 inch in diameter or a little bit larger. So this is a pretty large cluster of hail that is moving into Greshamville right now. This is hail that is large enough that could do some damage to your roof. It could damage your cars, maybe put some dings in your car there. When you get hail size 1.5 inches to 2 inches in diameter, we could see some high levels of hail and large hail in association with that too. So that is the threat right now that has just moved through Madison, moving toward Greshamville right now. Here is Greensboro. Again, this is that finger of the lake north of I-20 there along Lake Oconee. That just be aware that this heavy rain and hail core is moving into your area as well as it pushes into Greene County. The National Weather Service is saying that they're watching that. Chesley, let's go ahead and look at velocity. National Weather Service says that they are looking at watching that. Okay, yeah. Keeping a close eye on this right here, as we could see this rotation tightening up possibly again as it moves into Greene County. So the National Weather Service telling us that they're watching the Greene County storm very closely as to whether or not they will potentially issue a tornado warning. If this rotation, what we're seeing here, whether or not this is tight enough to issue a tornado warning right now, the National Weather Service, and again, this is Buckhead, the city, not Buckhead in Metro Atlanta. This is the Buckhead that's over near Lake Oconee there at I-20. Here's Greshamville. Here's Greensboro. Again, that finger of the lake just north of I-20 there at Lake Oconee. This is where we're seeing some of that rotation right now that looks like it could be maybe tightening up a little bit. So here's the latest scan that just came in here. Okay, so this is what we'll watch right there. That's moved through Greshamville, moving closer to Woodville. We don't have a tornado warning on this right now, but this rotation is beginning to look a little more suspect. The National Weather Service is also monitoring this as well and could possibly issue a tornado warning on this if this rotation tightens up and if it meets the qualifications to issue a tornado warning. So that's the next thing that we are watching very closely to see if we do have a new tornado warning that's going to be issued. Again, this is right along 278 at the Greensboro area in Greene County. This is looking a little more interesting right here at Greshamville, moving closer to Woodville. This is over near Union Point as well, over there in Greene County. This is now just north of I-20 where we're seeing some of this rotation that's moving through. This is what has come out of Morgan County in the Madison area and now pushing on up into Greene County. This potential right here of some rotation that we're watching near Greshamville, getting closer to Greensboro. We will see if the National Weather Service is going to trigger a tornado warning with this. And that's our next step that we're going to be watching. Right now, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with this cell, and we'll watch that to see if it has any rotation with it. This is moving up toward the north and east, toward Woodville. Plenty of lightning with that and thunder in association with that. Chesley's putting a track on it as it's moving. Bairdstown at 126, Rail at 143, Prather at 150, Tignall at 156, and then eventually into Gill at 206 if that holds together, moving up toward the north and also to the east. We just had a big time thunder here at our station. I don't know if you heard that.
Tracy
over
jumped
the
out
roof.
of her shoes, by the way.
Tracy, I think, almost jumped out of her chair there, Chesley said, or her shoes. So even though the bulk of this really heavy thunderstorm activity is to the east of the city, we still have some strong thunderstorms that are going to be here in our area as well, with the thunder and lightning that is still lingering behind this system as the worst of it has pushed on over to the east. Speaking of areas to the west right now, let me take you over to west, over into Paulding County. Joe Hinkie is talking about some very high water that is coming in from some of this rain that has been left behind.
We are in downtown Dallas right now. This is Main Street, just I believe south of the downtown area. Main Street here, as you can see, this stretch is shut down right now. The water level, as you can see, not that high right now, just sort of on that one lane over there, but it is shut down. I'm told a little while ago as heavy rains came through, the water here quickly piled up and the level was considerably higher, which led to this road being closed down. Talked to one man about 20 minutes ago. He told me there's a lot of streets in the area like this that are susceptible to flooding when the rain comes down quickly. That's when they get a lot of these roads flooding, and they have have to shut them down. So some people are being rerouted a little bit as they're trying to get around town. We were at a food pantry a couple blocks over just probably about 20-30 minutes ago. Staff there a little on edge, they said today, given the forecast, and strong storms came through on Monday as well, which already had them worrying a little bit about the weather, and now they're just keeping an eye on it here today. They said they're a little bit slower than usual. Wednesday's usually a busy day for them, but people are staying inside, keeping an eye on the weather and trying to stay safe. We're going to stay out here in Paulding County today, in Carroll County, and we'll continue to track the weather out here.
All right, Joe, thank you so much for that report. He's talking about this activity here, and it's still active out in Dallas right now with some thunderstorms, thunder and lightning moving through there and heavy rain. That's the back edge of this current wave that we're watching right now. I was just told that the University of North Georgia has canceled classes. I just want you guys to give me a confirmation. Is that all campuses? We have the Dahlonega campus. We have the Oconee campus out here near Athens. That would make sense that they are canceled here for the University of North Georgia. But let me know if that includes the Dahlonega campus as well. University of North Georgia canceling classes. We are now confirming if that's all of University of North Georgia or just the Oconee campus here. So we'll get that confirmed for you. We've got that very heavy rain moving through Oconee County right now, through Elder, south of Athens. This is that very intense lightning here. Now, we mentioned just a few minutes ago the thunder and lightning that we heard here in Atlanta, just some big booms here in Atlanta. Even though the bulk of this really heavy rain and intense lightning and severe thunderstorm activity is over to the east of the city, we still have this shower and thunderstorm activity over on the west side with intense rain and lightning with this through Paulding County. The back edge is right here. This is just wave 2. We have the potential for wave 3 coming in late afternoon and into the evening with the actual cold front. And you still see some of these storms that are developing back here into parts of into the Birmingham area. As the front comes through tonight, we'll still have more severe weather possible as we go through the rest of the evening hours tonight. I just got the confirmation that yes, it is all campuses of the University of North Georgia. Confirmation that it is all campuses of University of North Georgia have canceled their classes here for the rest of the day due to these storms that are moving in. And again, this is wave 2 moving through now. Look at this building though, back to the west into Birmingham. The actual front comes through later on tonight. So until that comes through, we're not going to be able to give the all clear until later tonight after the front sweeps through our area. So that'll be the third wave that we have possible coming into our area later on tonight. Now, here's this red box that you see right here. That is the latest tornado watch that we have in effect. The 1-4 that included the metro Atlanta counties, that expired at 1 o'clock. Now, I don't want you to let your guard down because even though we have this new tornado watch that is east and south of the city, that's going to be effective until 8 o'clock tonight in this red box that you see here, I wouldn't be surprised if we have another one issued later with the next wave of rain and storms that'll move through. So we've got heavy rain over Atlanta right now. We're no longer in that tornado watch, but we still have the very heavy rain that's moving through right now with more of that coming through our area later on tonight. Now, we've mentioned all of the lightning strikes in our area. We've had reports of structure fires due to lightning. We've had wind damage in the area. I'm going to take you to Lilburn right now. Jennifer Bellamy is joining us there, where we have had a structure fire that they think was caused by lightning, right, Jennifer?
That's what we're learning from the fire department. Chris, good afternoon to you. I'm going to step out and show you the damage to this home on Bowers Brook Drive. Again, as you mentioned, in Lilburn in Gwinnett County. We spoke to the family out here. They said it happened just after earlier in the 9 o'clock hour this morning. This is a guest bedroom and a full bathroom where you're seeing this damage right now. The family tells us that a wife and 2 children were at home when this happened. The wife started to smell smoke, wasn't quite sure, couldn't figure out where it was coming from, and a neighbor came knocking on the door yelling fire. The family did get out. No one was injured, but they do have a lot of damage in this portion of the home, and not just in this area. They tell us that the water damage also goes all the way down into a basement, so they've got a lot of work ahead of them. But again, everybody just very glad out here that there were no injuries. No other homes in this neighborhood saw any lightning strikes. But again, we do understand that there are several issues related to lightning out here in Gwinnett County that has kept the fire department very busy. Chris?
All right, Jennifer, that lightning is dangerous there. We have had numerous reports in our area of structure fires due to lightning. And again, you did say no injuries there. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. No injuries, just the damage to the home, and they're grateful for that, Chris.
All right, and I just wanted to confirm that no injuries. You know, a lot of times when we see these storms coming in, we warn people about these days in advance, and you can, find safe places there. It's not always easy to hide from lightning because you never know exactly where that's going to strike. So, Jennifer, thank you for that report. I know you've traveled from West Georgia earlier. Now you're over to the east in Gwinnett County. So thanks for that report of those storms that are moving through. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about right now. This is one that has just been issued over on the east side for Clark County, Oglethorpe, and Wilkes County, over near Athens right here. This brand new, actually, this is the newest one right here that includes the southern part of Clark County, Oglethorpe, and also Wilkes County with these storms that are moving through. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, all due to this. It includes multiple counties just because this is such a large storm that is moving up toward the north and east. Chesley just took the lightning off so we could get a better look at those polygons of the 3 warnings that we have. This one to the east of Athens. We have this one that's also in both of these right here that are in effect right here, those 2 polygons that you see due to this storm that is moving through those areas that have just passed through Oconee County. They have passed through Morgan County. They're now moving through Greene County, and that will keep moving up toward the north and to the east. So we have that still in effect for those areas too. With this cell that's moving through the area. So again, the tornado watch for Metro Atlanta expired at 1. We still have some intense lightning, strong storms moving through. We're going to see the back edge of this now over in Paulding County. It'll sweep through. We'll have a little bit of a break in the action that will only last a brief time. And then round 3 is going through those areas that are over into near the Anniston area right now too, with those storms that are continuing to push on through right now. So these are very heavy storms, intense activity where we see these storms moving through right now with the heavy rain and lightning. Even though the tornado watch is expired, we're still going to watch for that potential for that severe weather that's going to move through our area. At any time, we can see some of these ramp up with some damaging winds possible. And as it does that, we'll see the potential for some of those stronger storms that will keep moving on through for those areas there around Atlanta, also over on the east side. We are seeing some breaks in northwest Georgia right now. And those breaks will continue, but don't let your guard down because more of these storms are going to be pushing in later on tonight. And you can see the beginnings of that over north of I-20 over in Anniston right now as those storms continue to push on over to the east. Let's go to Matt Pearl right now. Matt has been monitoring all of our social media channels as well as our 11 Alive Storm Tracker community page. Our community storm trackers are amazing. More than 1,600 11 Alive community storm trackers in our area. And Matt, you're getting some good information, good pictures from our community storm trackers. All right, Matt, we just lost your audio there. Let's work on that just for a second. Maybe he's going to be able to clip that mute button that we have right here on his microphone from our storm tracker. Did that work? You got us now?
Now,
Good.
There we go, right there. So yes, we've been starting to see photos that involve a lot more damage, not just the rain coming down and sightings of hail. We saw this earlier. We heard from Latasha Givens a little earlier. Here's a close-up of that tree and the bark that was stripped off as it was struck by lightning. Forsyth County sending this photo, the sheriff's office, showing a landscape retaining wall over by the Publix entrance on McGinnis Ferry Road and Windward Parkway. That deteriorated, became a hazard on that road. Chris, you just mentioned this, and we'll just confirm it as well. UNG, the University of North Georgia, tweeting out about half an hour ago, due to severe weather, all classes at all campuses canceled beginning at 1 p.m. Oglethorpe County moving to the east a little bit. This is a shot from Patty Gray Boyd over in Crawford, just north of Crawford. Her house actually was struck by lightning. This was right around when that happened. In Walton County, moving back towards the metro, a fire truck overturned on the side of the road. Meanwhile, we've been getting some reports of road closures. This one coming from the Marietta Police Department. Traffic alert, traffic lights out at Roswell Road and Cobb Parkway. Officers are in the area directing traffic. And finally, over in Porterdale, again, a massive amount of rain coming through. You can see the puddles developing there. So again, we're starting to get some reports of some damage. Please send them our way as you get them with the hashtag Storm11 or through that 11 Alive Storm Trackers group. Everybody doing a great job of keeping us updated with what they're seeing throughout the metro area. We have heard of a lot of damage, of course, in Plains, Georgia, Jimmy Carter's hometown, and we're going to be trying to get some photos of that from our affiliate down there. But you're seeing what we're seeing throughout the metro, starting to see some damage accumulate from these storms today, Chris.
Yeah, Matt, you know, Chesley and I showed you that activity a little bit earlier that was down near Sumter County, near Americus, where the National Weather Service, when they issued the warning, and they continue to say that there could be a tornado on the ground there near Sumter County, Webster area, down in South Georgia, and they are saying that that is catastrophic damage. Often when they give these reports or tornado warnings, they give some classifications. This warning there was classified as catastrophic. So another issue down there. This is not too far off from Albany, near Americus, as you mentioned, near Plains, Georgia, where we're going to be seeing some damage there. This is well to the south of Macon. Of course, our Albany stations there are keeping their viewers posted exactly on what's happening. We are concentrating on what is happening here. This is wave 2. Chesley and Tracy got you through wave 1 this morning that had severe weather with it and strong thunderstorms and even tornado warnings with it earlier. Now this is wave 2 that's coming through right now. Even though we still have rain and storms in Atlanta, thunder and lightning, nothing is severe in Atlanta right now. However, this over to the east still is severe near Athens. So this is wave 2 that's moving through. We may see just a little bit of a break in the action for a brief period this afternoon, and then wave 3 comes in. And you can see the storms that are developing here now back into Alabama. The actual cold front is still out to the west. So until that passes through later on tonight, we are not going to be able to issue the all clear until that front passes through later on tonight, maybe 10, 11 o'clock tonight, after midnight tonight, before everything finally pushes out. Here we are in Atlanta right now. Again, nothing severe here as we have these bands of heavy rain, though, still covering us up in the city of Atlanta. In just a second, Chesley's going to be able to put up the rain estimates for us because we have had some really impressive rainfall amounts. We had reports up around Azalea Drive up in Roswell that the Chattahoochee River was coming up over its banks there up in the Roswell area. So these estimates where you see the yellow, look at this. This is Palmetto here with that orange color indicating 3.5 inches of rain possible. Where you see the yellow colors, that's between 2 and 3 inches of rain estimated here on radar. The green colors showing between 1 and 2 inches. You see that in Dallas, also in North Fulton County. The blue colors up to the north near Ackworth showing those totals generally closer to an inch or maybe even less than an inch there. But very impressive rainfall amounts coming in with this. And again, that one little orange part that you see right there at Palmetto was indicating between 3 and 4 inches of rain. So all of the yellow colors that you saw there on those rainfall totals were showing between 2 and 3 inches of rain. And more coming down right now. Heavy stuff in the city. Still some thunder and lightning lingering along with these storms. Also up to the north and east. The main threats that we have now are pushing out of our viewing area from Greene County over into Crawford County and over near the Washington area. This is south and east of Athens. So this has moved over or past Lake Oconee. They're at Greene County right now with those storms that are moving through. We have a flash flood warning that is in effect now for Fulton County that was just issued. You heard that alert there. Maybe you could hear that through my microphone. A flash flood warning just issued for Fulton County until 7:30 tonight due to all the heavy rain that has been moving through. And that was right when we were talking about those very heavy rainfall amounts coming through. And then you hear that noise in the background, which is indicating that flash flood warning in effect. So the main strongest storm that we're seeing right now is over Greene County. Still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Here's Athens, there's Elder, this is Oconee County, this is Greene County, there's Lake Oconee right here as it goes over the northern finger right there that comes north of I-20 near Greensboro. Is where we have this rain that's moving out with all of the lightning with it. Very intense, frequent lightning. Earlier in this one little cell, we were showing about 600 lightning strikes. Chesley will show us another look at that lightning here, just out of this one cell, just under 600 now. Still impressive amounts, 567 lightning strikes just in this red box in the past 15 minutes. That's very intense lightning over near Greensboro. This is moving closer to Washington. It'll be impacting areas of Vesta, about to push out of our county warning area of the counties that we are responsible for here at 11 Alive. It's going to be moving out in just a little bit. In fact, that's going to take it over toward Washington. It'll be moving into that area at about 146, Floral Hill at 155. Mount Carmel at 208, McCormick at 217, and then to the Promised Land at 227. I need to visit the Promised Land. That sounds like a nice place. It doesn't sound bad about right now, as we see. That one's never popped up that I've seen there. So here again is what we're watching as these storms are going to continue to move through. Is that Naima report current, like lately? Okay, let's go to Naima right now. She has an update, new information in on-the-ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson.
We are at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where a ground stop was issued earlier today, meaning no flights could leave here because of the weather condition. There is a lot of foot traffic here at the airport. Some travelers were not aware of the ground stop, and some found out a little too late. Check out this post we received on the 11 Alive Facebook fan page from a woman who was in a plane here at the airport that got grounded. We even talked to travelers who had to wait for hours because of the weather condition.
We thought we were going to gain 3 hours because of the California time difference, but we may have lost that with this delay at this point.
Some flights may continue to be delayed throughout the day, depending on where exactly those flights are headed to. If there's inclement weather headed that way, we'll continue to monitor the conditions and update you on air and online. Reporting at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, Naima Abdullahi, 11 Alive News.
And we are getting information now from FlightAware that there are more than 200 flights out of Atlanta that have been canceled. I know Chesley was going to be flying out. Chesley, have you heard about your flight? Chesley needs to check on his flight. He is supposed to be headed out of town today, and more than 200 flights now have been canceled going out of Hartsfield. That according to FlightAware. So we'll keep an eye on that, and Chesley will report to us in just a minute if his flight's going to be canceled, that he's supposed to leave at 2 o'clock to go head down to that. So that's what we're watching here with these showers and storms moving through Atlanta. We're going to have a brief break, but then look at this, more firing up back in Alabama. So as we see in Northwest Georgia, things are calmer now. Do not let your guard down, because this is just wave 2. We've been telling you the past couple of days about 3 waves of rain and storms moving through the area. And we're going to have wave 3 coming through. So don't let your guard down, even though things may start calming down within an hour or so here in Atlanta, as we see the back edge going through Paulding County right now, Carroll County, Coweta County. That's going to sweep through and just give us a brief break. The most of the severe weather is over to the east of the city right now, out I-20. You can see that very heavy rain there still, and the lightning that is moving through Jasper, Morgan County, Newton County, pushing through those areas along I-20 around Lake Oconee. We still have that warning in effect for these areas just north of I-20, including the Greene County area too. So that's the areas that we're watching of severe weather right now. Let me take a driving shot from our Thunder truck. This is from, wow, look at those clouds there. This is meteorologist Samantha Moore. Driver and photographer John Samuels in our Thunder truck right now. They are on I-20 coming back toward the city. They were out in the worst of the action east of the city as it was over in Rockdale County, Newton County, over near Covington. They are driving back toward the city, and just look at those clouds there. Even as they're driving toward the west, showing still those dark clouds in association with those storms that are still moving through the Atlanta area. So again, even though the bulk of those warnings, severe weather, are over well to the east around Athens, down toward Lake Oconee, moving away from the city, we still have those ominous clouds here with the heavy rain and intense lightning. Gusty winds are still possible, but no warnings in metro Atlanta right now. And then we'll see a little bit of a break in the action before the next round of rain and storms will move through too. You see here at the bottom of your screen in the corner there that shows the tornado watch. It has been canceled, or it was allowed to expire at 1 o'clock for metro Atlanta. It is still including a few counties on the south side and over to the east of our area where that tornado watch is going to be in effect until about 8 o'clock tonight. And then again, we will, that's what you're seeing there at the bottom of the screen right now where it says Storm Trackers, that map at the bottom. Now it's just changed back over to the radar loop. But that's where we may still see, again, I keep telling you, don't let your guard down, because with wave 3 coming in tonight, we may have a new tornado watch, or maybe a new severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be in effect as well. So that's what we're going to keep watching here. We have some extreme storms down to our south as well. We mentioned those earlier in Sumter County, Webster County, the tornado warnings that were in effect right there. In fact, we have Nigel Poole, the EMA director in Sumter County, joining us right now. Again, this is out of our viewing area, but this is a significant story to report in our state with you right now. Nigel, the warnings that have been coming into us about these storms down near Americus moving into Cordele, National Weather Service has been classifying those as catastrophic damage. What can you report to us right now out of Sumter County?
Sure, I'll be perfectly honest with you right now. We are taking shelter in a storm shelter at this moment. I'm not out and about to see the weather, and that's what I want all of my residents and your counties to do should they have a storm like this head their way. We're taking cover. We're monitoring it from our cell phones and hoping for the best.
All right, so Nigel, again, this has been classified as catastrophic with the tornado warnings that have been issued here from the National Weather Service. They were saying earlier confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is still hanging out. Tornado warning continuing there. Again, this is well to the south of Atlanta. For our viewers that are watching right now, we just want to report on this because this is going to be a significant story in Georgia tomorrow. Another tornado warning. The damage threat is called catastrophic with hail. This is for Crisp, Dooley, and also Sumter County down near the Americus area. We got 2 tornado warnings in effect. Nigel, if you can still hear me, I know you're taking cover, but I know you're feeding in some of those reports of damage. What kind of catastrophic damage are you getting in right now?
Right now, I haven't received much as far as damage reports go. We're still actively involved in this weather system. There's been numerous predictions of which direction the storm is going to take. One path has it headed directly over our most populated city, Americus, and some of the predictions are showing it tracking a little bit more south than us, and we're just currently monitoring right now and taking cover. We just had a flicker of power. It's a big system. It's threatening, and it's pretty ominous looking outside.
Okay, Nigel, I know that this is a difficult situation for you as you are trying to help the people in your community in Sumter County, but at the same time, you have to take cover there as well. And of course, safety is first. Thank you for taking the time out to talk to us. We may check in with you a little bit later. I hope that you are able to remain safe there. And of course, you are at a safe spot. Nigel, our prayers are with you down there in the Americus area and in Sumter County. Now, here's Albany. Let's go back to the maps. Let me show you. As you know, Albany is right here, it's just under our banner here is where there's Albany right there. And they have been hit hard already this year. This storm system with this catastrophic potential damage is just to the north of Albany, going through Americus. We have Georgia Southwestern College located in Americus. Many folks from Metro Atlanta attend that college in Americus. That is where we are seeing those strong storms that are moving through too. So again, we know this is out of our viewing area, well to the south, but this is a significant tornado event that is happening south of Macon right now. We just wanted to get you updated on that as it moves on through. So we're watching these storms as they continue to move through. We have continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Greene and Oglethorpe, Tolliver, and Wilkes counties, but they have canceled it for Morgan County. So Morgan County is no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning, but Greene County, Oglethorpe County, Tolliver, and Wilkes County with this cell here is still into that. We just got information in that Hartsfield-Jackson has now lifted the ground stop. However, there have been numerous counts. We had a count earlier of 200 flights out of Hartsfield that have been canceled. So the airport definitely impacted from this system. My wife and daughter were supposed to fly back in from South Florida today. I told them yesterday, do whatever you can to cancel your flight or change your flight. They're coming back tomorrow now because I didn't want them stuck in an airport down in South Florida, and I knew that there would be an issue here today. So they moved their flight to tomorrow. I'm glad they're not sitting at an airport down in South Florida waiting to get back here into Atlanta because it's going to be a big backlog for those flights that are coming in to Atlanta and also flights that are coming out of Atlanta as well due to the ground stop that was in effect for a pretty long period today. They say, though, now that they have lifted that ground stop, however, we have some more good storms that are about to come in over Hartsfield-Jackson right now with very heavy rain and intense lightning. that is moving through that area too. So Hartsfield, it's going to take a while to recover, I do believe, with the backlog of all of those storms that are moving through. Here is the south end of 285. This is where we would have in the northern parts of Clayton County, where Hartsfield Jackson is located right here. Union City, look at all this very heavy rain that continues to move through right now too. Chesley, I might get you to put up our Coweta County camera as well. We might be able to see some of these storms there in the distance that are on the northern part of Coweta County from Arc 13. And again, just take your time whenever you want to put that up, you can. It might just be interesting to see what that looks like. It's going to go to black for just a second, and then here we go. The City of Newnan camera. Raindrops all over the lens as this is looking into the direction of the storms that are moving into the northern part of the county right now. That you can see those clouds that are darkening there. So this is how it looks live now in the Newnan area. I believe our Athens camera, Chesley, I'm not sure if it moved up to the clouds or not. We might want to just quickly look at that to see how it looks. I had it set on North Campus yesterday, but I think, okay, there we go. This is North Campus here in Athens. This is looking from downtown Athens right now, from downtown Athens, looking at the northern part of campus. The arch is right here below our, and you don't have to move it, it's fine. It's below our map there, but you can see the chapel building here, all of the older buildings here in North Campus where we have very heavy rain that has been moving through, dark clouds, the top of the library that you see right there over North Campus. So that's how things are looking right now over in Athens. Let's go back to radar so you can see the perspective of what we just showed you live from our Athens camera to what we're seeing on radar, where again, the worst of the heaviest rain has moved out of Athens and it's over to the east. That's where we still have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are no longer in effect for Clark and Oglethorpe County, but still in effect for Greene. Part of Oglethorpe is still in the warning, Tolliver and Wilkes County, and they've canceled Morgan County out of that thunderstorm warning. That's going to be in effect until 1:45 with that bulk of the heaviest rain, but still, even though these storms here out I-20, as you go over towards Social Circle, the southern parts of Walton County, over here into Morgan County, still very heavy rain and some lightning left behind, even though the worst of that has pushed on over to the east, getting closer to Washington, Georgia right now, with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are still left over for those areas over to the east of Athens and near Greensboro, and parts of Greene County, Oglethorpe County still included in these severe thunderstorm warnings with the system moving in. Let's go back to Atlanta and we'll get a good look at what we're seeing here. Chesley, you've been keeping a close eye on these storms, and we've got that bit down near Hartsfield. Some breaks in West Georgia, but look at that, crossing over the line there near Cedartown. Still looking pretty impressive there with these storms. Again, that's going to be part of round 3 that comes in for us the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, excuse me, Chris. Yeah, we have a cold front that's out to the west. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens as that front gets in here. It's not really forecast to make it in until, or at least close enough to the area until about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, maybe even up to 8 o'clock tonight. And what has these storms done to the atmosphere? That's what's going to be interesting to see, that as that front gets a little closer, did it really disturb enough the atmosphere that we don't see the intensity? Well, that's going to be left in question. Now, you see over to the west that we're already starting to clear out. So places like Rome. In fact, you were talking about our cameras here. Let me see if we can put up our Rome camera, show you exactly what's going on there. No doubt it's probably drying out as we speak, and the winds have probably died down a little bit, so it's not going to be totally dry. All right, that's our Athens camera. Put up the Rome camera real quick. It's probably going to be really dry.
There you go.
Look at it. See, it's starting to dry out already. That's not necessarily a good thing for us as the clouds are starting to lighten up a little bit. Maybe a few breaks in those clouds will add to the instability. So as that cold front comes through, if you let your guard down in Rome, if you're looking at our radar app right now, you're thinking, okay, I'm in the clear. And then that front comes through and then starts to spark up a lot of these thunderstorms once again. So you definitely don't need to let your guard down, folks. Keep weather ready. Let's just put it that way. This is one of those days I was calling it an unofficial snow day, if you will, because if it was snowing outside, definitely you wouldn't be going out. You just stay hunkered in with your bread and your milk. Didn't get bread and milk today, but one of those days where you just want to let these storms ride out. It's going to be one after another. I am impressed by the widespread rain that we're seeing. Initially, we thought we would see these individual like supercells coming around, but a lot of this is rain wrapped. They even talked about that this big storm down to the south being rain wrapped, so very hard to see at times. And so we got that widespread rain over us, and it's been steady, coming down one after another. Here, even over our area in the in Midtown in our studios. Like right now, we don't hear much of anything coming down. Then all of a sudden, the heavy rain comes down again, and then it stops and it comes down again. Well, there's a couple lightning strikes start up, and so these storms will be coming out of nowhere, folks. So definitely don't put your guard down. I know a lot of folks are probably trying to figure out, should they leave work early? Should they stick around? Earlier, we had a question about schools that are still open, some private schools, charter schools that are still open. The kids being at the schools are probably one of the safest places to be, as the teachers are trained into what to do if a severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado happens to strike in their particular area. So you can worry a little bit. I'm not going to tell you how to worry about your children, but again, one of the more safest places to be. Again, most of the heavy rain now pushing to the east of the city of Atlanta. We still have some on the south side. Chris, you were mentioning this, over toward Clayton County, now moving into northern parts of Fayette County, over toward Union City as well. Interesting enough, in Union City, we had that tornado warning that was issued earlier this morning, came out of Heard County and extended almost into southern parts of Fulton County. And now Union City is seeing another round. They probably had about 3 or 4 rounds of heavy rain already today.
Yeah, and it's very heavy right now with the lightning that's moving through there too. Chesley, while you were talking, widen out really quickly because I just want to, you probably saw it disappear while Chesley was talking here, but they have now allowed that severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, Oglethorpe, and Wilkes County to expire. So Chesley, if I'm seeing everything correctly here, I know a lot of times this is shrouded by the colors. There are no polygons left now. I think all of those warnings are now canceled. Is that kind of what you're seeing? Yeah, we just took the reflectivity off, so we can confirm that. The warning's still over into near Augusta and over into South Carolina, but now all of the warnings have been canceled here for Athens and eastward, even though this still looks impressive here north of I-20 over near Washington, Georgia, with all the rain and lightning with that and gusty winds. There's no longer any warnings in effect. I want to take you to Melissa Lee. She is in Dunwoody, and where we've had reports of some high waters there due to some of the flooding. Let's check with Melissa now.
I'm at the intersection of Peachtree Dunwoody Road Northeast and Concourse Parkway, and if you're heading north, that turning lane on a Concourse Parkway is completely blocked due to some significant ponding on the road. Now you see some crews out here working on this right now. We've also got a vacuum truck that is going to try to help with clearing of the storm drain at this point to try to help get rid of some of that excess water that is sitting on top of the road. Crews working on it now, hoping that they can get this cleared up and running by rush hour a little later this afternoon. Right now, traffic moving pretty well. The rain at this point very, very light, but as you all know, those storms are going to continue throughout the day. But for now, the crews are working on this ponding and are hoping to have this part of the street back up and running by rush hour.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that report. And we're going to see a lot of that ponding, flooding with all of the heavy rain that has come through our area. I want to also take you to our thunder truck right now. Meteorologist Samantha Moore getting closer to the city, still driving into some of this intense rain that is south of the city right now and east of the city. Sam, tell us exactly, have you made it to 285 yet on 20? Are you closer to the city now?
Yes. Yeah, we made it just a couple miles back. We're on 285 near the Stone Mountain exit, headed northward right now. So where you've been showing on the radar, we're just south of where that heavier rain starts up again. So we're in a little bit of a break actually right now, but we know there has been rainfall of 1 inch to 2 inches in a very short period of time all across especially the North Metro, where they're having problems there at Peachtree Dunwoody, where Melissa Lee was just talking about. So right now, the rainfall where we are at is fairly light, actually. We're in a little break period, but like we've been saying, you can't let your guard down, because sometimes when the clouds thin out like this and we get a little bit more sunlight in here, just enough. It may not feel warm outside, but just enough heating to add a little more buoyancy to the air. That's when we can see things fire right back up, and they can fire up very, very quickly. So right now headed 285 north, just near the Stone Mountain turnoff. And we're going to continue up north and check out where the Chattahoochee is causing some flooding concerns on the north side. But you know, everyone needs to be aware of the flood risks today, as these storms could pop up very quickly, drop a lot of heavy rain. And it's that training effect. As you get one cell after another, lined up like train cars on a track, dumping rain one right after another. That's when we have to be concerned about flooding and flash flooding particularly. So something we want to remind our viewers of, just to be prepared for it and never drive through a flooded area, Chris.
All right, Sam, thank you for that report. Sam and John Samuels are headed back to the station. We're going to regroup now that we are in what we can call just a little bit of a lull right now. It's not going to last for long. We still have these strong storms that are on the south side right now. We're going to continue our coverage just for the next few minutes. We have just seen that those warnings over on the east side have expired. We no longer have any warnings in our area. We're still, though, keeping an eye on this very heavy rain and lightning that is on the south side, south of I-20, south of Atlanta. We're going to have a break just for a brief period. And then look at this. We have the next wave of rain coming in to Floyd County, Polk County. That's not classified as severe, but this back into Birmingham is, or just south of Birmingham. That's going to be the next wave that's going to be coming in, as we had mentioned, for late afternoon up until the evening hours, until this front moves through. We will have a potential for that next round of rain and storms to move through. Some of those could turn severe as well. So we're just going to kind of sum up over the next few minutes what we have going on. Those of you who have been wanting to see Days of Our Lives, it is going to be rebroadcast tonight at 3 a.m. So set your recording devices, your DVRs, TiVos, whatever you use to record that for tonight at 3 a.m. so you can get caught up on your Days of Our Lives and all the action that's going on there right now. We do believe, just as long as no other warnings are issued, and I don't think they will be in the next few minutes, we're going to go back to regularly scheduled programming at 2 o'clock. So we're just going to kind of sum up what's happening here over the next few minutes to give you an update on what's happening here with these storms on the south side are strongest right now. We have storms on the north side still with some heavy rain. The worst of it still over to the east, still holding together with some heavy rain over in Putnam County, also into parts of Morgan County as well, near Madison, Georgia, just to the south of Athens. The bulk of those strongest storms with all of that intense lightning is about to move out of our state and into South Carolina. Still holding together, though, pretty well with a significant weather advisory for Wilkes County now, with these storms that are moving out and be pushing over into South Carolina very soon. So the main things closest to the city that we have out there right now, this line of storms or area of storm coverage here on the south side, the south end of the perimeter, northern parts of Clayton County, northern Fayette County, southern parts of Fulton County, where we have those strongest storms that are moving through with the system that continues to push on out of our area. So we will see these conditions improving briefly. Don't let your guard down. We're going to see these conditions improving briefly, and then we're going to see everything coming back into our area as we get into the later afternoon hours, or we're going to continue to see these storms move on out, and then we're going to take a little break with the action and then regroup and see more of these storms that are coming in right now. And then we're going to keep moving on with these storms that are coming in from Birmingham into West Georgia. Some of those could turn severe as well. And then we'll watch those storms break up just for a little bit. And then these storms coming in for the afternoon hours and into the evening hours, we will still have that threat. That's until this front actually is going to move through. So Chesley, let's zoom into this right here. We're going to wrap up our coverage at 2 o'clock, but we just want to give you this update of these storms that are on the south side right now. Still, they're not classified as severe, but we have some heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning with this. Let's look at the lightning count on this, Chesley. This is not going to be anything like the 500 and 600 lightning counts that we saw over on the east side with those severe storms that moved through. This has like 37 lightning strikes. So this just goes to show, even though it's heavy rain and some wind going through there right now, it is not as intense as what we had over on the east side. So that's why we feel comfortable to take you back to your programming here at the top of the hour. And as these storms push on down to the south and east, you're still going to be experiencing some heavy rain. You'll still have some lightning. You'll still have the potential of those gusty winds with that too, as the entire line is moving to the east. But you can see the individual cells here in North Fayette are moving to the north and east. So that's going to be right over the south end of the perimeter right now. It'll move over into DeKalb County with all of that heavy rain pushing through there too. It's stretching back into Fairburn there in South Fulton. So that continues to move on up toward the north and also to the east with some breaks over in West Georgia. But there's that next round coming in to Polk County, Floyd County there at Cedartown, and then the severe storms back into Birmingham. Excuse me. Chesley, I'll let you go to that while I get a drink of water. That's the next system we're watching move in.
Yeah. We're looking at anticipating a cold front making its way into the area a little bit later on tonight. Now, right now, it's been forecast to make it over here probably after about 6 or 7 o'clock. And it's way out there to the west. This is the activity that's taking place out ahead of it. And what we don't want to see is the clearing that's taking place. Now, if you look over toward our western counties, you're looking at some clearing taking place. We just really don't want the clouds to go in and break up, get that sunshine in there. That's just going to add to the instability and begin to create another volatile situation for us. So we could still see more tornadoes popping up in the area, even though the watch, as Chris had mentioned, has been dropped for our northern counties. We really can't put our guard down because more of that could begin to pop up along a squall line that could begin to move through as we took a look at our forecast track models throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Interesting enough, Chris, you may want to talk about what's coming in after that front. People may be surprised by that.
Yeah, after this front comes through, again, tonight we're going to get the all clear after the last bit of the storms come through. That's going to be wave 3. And then tomorrow, we're going to have some wraparound moisture in the form of just a few light showers tomorrow. But it's going to get cold, folks. We're going to see behind this front, that's just how strong this front is. We've got the storms ahead of it. And then behind it, it's going to be getting really cold with temperatures tomorrow that will struggle to get up to 60 degrees. And in the mountains of North Georgia, it is not out of the question that tomorrow there could be just a few flurries mixing in with some of that light rain shower activity that's going to be wrapping around that area of low pressure, kind of skirting North Georgia. We don't expect to have any accumulations or anything, but just don't be surprised in the higher elevations tomorrow if you can see a couple of snow flurries kind of flying through that area with the really cold air that's going to be pushing in. Once we get into Friday morning, we're going to see our low temperatures around 39 to 40 degrees with a high only in the upper 50s on Friday. And then on Saturday, we move down to around 39 degrees again. Then we warm up in the afternoon to the mid 60s, maybe some upper 60s, which is really closer to where we should be for this time of year. So after a stormy day, we're going to see cooler air coming in tomorrow. Below average temperatures here for Friday, and then getting back up into the 60s, and then eventually the 70s for Sunday, Monday, and also on Tuesday. But we've got to get through this first. We had the round 1 this morning. We mentioned that earlier. Chesley and Tracy, we're getting you through that one. We're now in round 2. The worst of that is pushed off to the east. We still have some heavy rain, thunder and lightning here on the south side in southern parts of Fulton County, northern Clayton County, and in parts of DeKalb County right here with that heavy rain. Still some lightning there. Chesley just showed us, though, only about 30 to 40 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, a lot lower than what we had over to the east of us with 500 and 600 lightning strikes with the severe thunderstorm that was there. So that just kind of shows you the difference in intensity. We have the heavy rain on the south end of the perimeter. Then over in West Georgia. Excited when they see the sun. We don't want to see the sun break through because if it did break through, that would just add heating and add more fuel to the fire with round 3 that's coming in. So within this, I'm hoping we don't see any sunshine breaking through. We've got this next round coming into Floyd County and also Polk County, and then that stretches back into the Birmingham area too. And they do have some severe storms back into Birmingham right now. Chesley's putting up our tower cam. This is in northwest Georgia in Floyd County. The rain has stopped there, but he's showing us this, which is good news that we're not seeing any sun breaking through this up in Floyd County right now. You can actually see those storms that are building. This is the Cobb County camera. As we're looking toward the west, still plenty of cloud cover there. So we're not seeing the sun breaking through here, which is good news, because if the sun was able to break through, it would heat things up a little bit more, and that would just add more fuel to the fire as round 3 comes in a little bit later. So it's going to go to black just for a second, and then we'll go back to radar, and you'll see what we've got going on here with these storms coming in from West Georgia through the south of the city. Then there's this next round right here. Let's widen out a little bit. We'll show you the severe storms back into Birmingham. And that's part of the round 3. That's going to impact us late afternoon into the evening hours. We won't be able to have the all clear until later on tonight. So we want to remind you, Days of Our Lives will air tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning. Set your DVR or TiVo to record that. We're going to take a break, regroup, and we will break back into programming when these storms to the west start moving in, if they turn severe. So Chesley, Tracy, our entire Storm Tracker team with Samantha and all of our reporters in the field and our 11 Alive community Storm Trackers, thank you so much for all of your reports. We will continue tracking this for you and have more live updates throughout the day when necessary from the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
Hello everyone, Matt Pearl here, 11 Live, Facebook Live coming at you, and we are going to show you some of the best photos and videos that you guys have been sending all day, the 11 Live storm trackers. You guys have been doing such a great job. We want to show you what we have seen in the first 2 waves of today's storms. Let's start out in Carrollton. It's been a very busy morning out there. This is a photo from Ashley Suttle showing the clouds coming in on that second wave, and prior to that, here's a photo of the hail that came down earlier this morning from Rob Easy. You can see the size of it there. Ponce City Market, we got this photo at around 11 a.m. showing the clouds coming in from there. Similar sightings on Freedom Parkway in Atlanta. Take a look. Midtown skyline barely visible. That shot coming from Atlanta Skycam. Some closures around the city of Atlanta. Clark Atlanta University closing their campus for the afternoon. Zoo Atlanta doing the same, shutting down early at 12 p.m. We also saw that up north. North Georgia got pelted in that second wave. University of North Georgia up in Dahlonega canceling classes on all campuses starting at 1 p.m. Let's show you some of the damage that we've seen thus far, starting again in North Georgia. This was sent in by one of our reporters, Latasha Givens, out in Cumming, Georgia. This is a tree. You can see the strip that has been stripped, the strip of bark taken away thanks to a lightning strike at that home in Cumming. Meanwhile, the sheriff's office in Forsyth County showing this photo of a landscape retaining wall that has deteriorated and become a hazard. That's over at the Flynn Crossing Publix on McGinnis Ferry and Windward Parkway. Oglethorpe County, we got this photo from Patty Gray Boyd. Her house was struck by lightning, and you can see the rain accumulating there. Walton County, a little on the east side of the metro, the fire truck overturning. We got this photo from their sheriff's department as well. Meanwhile, on the west side of Atlanta, or in the western suburbs of Atlanta, starting in Marietta, we have these 2 alerts that we received. First from Marietta Police talking about the traffic lights being out at Roswell Road and Cobb Parkway. That came now about an hour ago. Looking for an update on that. And then just got this from our storm tracker, Brandon Keeler. His gauge says 3.1 inches of rain. We'll be looking to get those numbers confirmed. I'm sure Chris Holcomb and the weather team will have more on that coming later. In Porterdale, we got this photo from Kristen Hodges. Now this is around the Covington area, and you can see the rain coming in. This was around noon today. Finally, LaGrange, Bobby Pursley sent us this photo about a half hour ago. Take a look at the buildup. And again, much of the real significant damage that we've heard about is, or at least the severity of the tornado we've heard, has been in the Sumter County area, Americus Plains, that part of Georgia, south of the metro, but still plenty to show you from the metro as well. Show you Stockbridge, Nat Zachary sending this photo of the clouds just as he was hearing thunder and seeing lightning. Dunwoody Police showing this area of North Peachtree and Peeler. They blocked it off. Stop sign there. You can see the flooding taking place there. We've seen patches of that throughout the metro area. Finally, in addition to all the serious photos we've received, we also got this video from one of our storm trackers swimming in her driveway thanks to all of the rain that had accumulated. But again, it has been a busy morning and a busy early afternoon. We're expecting more to come through, so I'll be live in the early shows 5 and 6 p.m. this evening, compiling your storm tracker photos. Keep them coming. We truly appreciate being able to convey what you guys are seeing. We're here in Atlanta, but we obviously want to be able to represent the entire metro area. So thank you for the photos you've been sending. Keep them coming as the waves come through this afternoon and this evening. And for now, we're going to turn it to the Thunder Truck and radar maps to keep you posted on what's going on. Thanks so much.
location in to get to the polls and cast your votes.
So much. Campaign ads. When your opponents tie you or
I can hear Chris.
It's ringing. Okay. You hear it? Yeah. Well, I'm Bluetooth. So take a step to your left for me. There you go. And anytime you're ready.
After all the rain that we've had some 2 inches of rain thus far from the first 2 waves of storms that came in earlier. We could still see some more heavy rain, so the water continues to rise, and we have some swiftwater rescues underway upstream here. We're at the corner of Peachtree Battle and Woodward Way here, that Peachtree Creek area that often floods, expected to reach that crest of around 18 feet, and it reached this right around back in 2003 when it hit 18 feet and 1 inch. But you can see vehicles submerged here, service vehicles trying to put the barricades up to keep people safe from driving through it, and then that vehicle itself, which was putting the barricades out, got submerged and started getting carried away and couldn't have any traction and basically became a floating vessel. Another vehicle, they're not quite sure who that belongs to, but it's also submerged. But the one that there are people in still that they're rescuing is further upstream, where the water continues to rise. So they're here deploying people, emergency workers, to get to those folks in their vehicle. And this is another reminder that you need to turn around and not try to make your way through flooded washes. You just don't know how deep it is. And even here in this area where they're used to it, these things can happen. So you have to be very careful not to drive through floodwaters. It's impossible to say how deep it truly, truly is. So we're going to continue to follow the story, try to find where the I should say the workers are that are going to be rescuing these folks that are in the vehicles right now. So more rain coming tonight, which means Peachtree Creek will continue to rise throughout the evening hours, but it is expected to peak at around 18 feet unless they get more rain upstream than and they're bargaining for. So anyway, we're going to follow this story and find out how things turn out with the Swiftwater Rescue Team that's working feverishly upstream right now. I'm Samantha Moore with 11 Alive.
This is the debate for the 6th Congressional District Special Election. Brought to you by the Atlanta Press Club Loudermilk Young Debate Series. Live streamed from the Georgia Pacific Studio in downtown Atlanta.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeff Hullinger, the weeknight co-anchor for WXIA 11 Alive here in Atlanta, and we welcome you to the Atlanta Press Club Loudermilk Young Debate Series, originating from the studios of Georgia Pacific in downtown Atlanta. This is the debate among the candidates for Georgia's Congressional District 6 special election. The winner of this nonpartisan race will fill the seat vacated by Tom Price, who was appointed as Secretary of Health and Human Services. So, without further ado, let's meet the candidates. They are in alphabetical order. David Abrams, a business executive. He has held internships within Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama, the Koch Foundation, and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Dr. Mohammed Ali Bouyan, he is a Cobb County economist. He was named one of the 100 most influential Atlantans by the Atlanta Business Chronicle in 2014. Reagan Edwards is a sales manager for a global technology-based service firm and a resident of East Cobb County. Keith Growert is a U.S. Air Force pilot, a Dunwoody resident. Bob Gray is a former Johns Creek councilman, a business leader in the technology industry. Karen Handel is the former Georgia Secretary of State and past chair of the Fulton County Commission. Alexander Hernandez works in the film and television industry as a property craftsman. Judson Hill, a businessman who has been an assistant U.S. attorney, a state senator, and an officer in the Georgia State Defense Force. Richard Keatley is a college professor from Tucker. He's a U.S. Navy veteran. Amy Kramer is a Tea Party activist, a cable news pundit. Bruce Lavelle is the managing partner of Dunwoody Diamonds USA and Lavelle Properties, LLC. William Lopp, a certified public accountant with more than 30 years experience working with small businesses. Dan Moody, a former state senator, a U.S. Army veteran who served on the State Department of Transportation Board. John Ossoff is an investigative filmmaker who worked as a congressional aide to Representative Hank Johnson for 5 years. Andre Pollard is a computer systems engineer who served on the Fulton County School Technical Advisory Committee. Rebecca Quigg, a physician from Marietta who has practiced medicine for more than 25 years. Ron Slotin is a former state senator, a former publisher of Atlanta Jewish Life. And Kurt Wilson is a small business owner from Roswell. So those are our candidates. We are glad to have all of you here, and we are also glad and honored to have these fine reporters as our panelists as well. Giovanna Derpick is a political reporter and anchor with CBS 46. Jim Galloway is the dean. He writes Political Insider, a political column for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, a man who needs no introduction around these parts. And Lisa Hagen is a reporter with WABE 90.1. Now, tonight's debate will consist of 3 rounds. For more information on the rules for each round, please visit the Atlanta Press Club website. That is atlantapressclub.com. So we want to get started. In the first round, each candidate will be asked one question by a panelist. The order was determined by random selection. Candidates have 45 seconds to respond. But before we get going, I'm going to ask the first question, and it is a question about transportation. We all have seen what has transpired over the last week on I-85 and the bridge, the giant fire, and how it has impacted the lives of so many in metropolitan Atlanta. If you are elected to Congress, would you be an advocate for extending MARTA or any other style of commuter rail into the 6th District? So we will begin from my left to right. We will do it via alphabetical order. And the only statement that I wish to make you on top of this is please don't filibuster. No deep pontificating. It is a difficult question. But nonetheless, if you could keep it as brief as possible so that everyone's voice is heard.
Sure. I would be in favor of extending MARTA as long as we could find a way to pay for it. We need to be fiscally conservative in anything that we do.
Yeah, I'll be in favor of MARTA and any other transportation that's feasible. Again, we have to be fiscally responsible as we do it.
I do agree with extending MARTA. I do. Infrastructure is very important, especially for an area like the 6th District. It's not right in downtown Atlanta, and if we're going to continue to bring businesses to the area, we're going to need to make sure that the infrastructure can support it.
Absolutely. I think infrastructure, first and foremost, is an investment in the future. So when we look at the future, that's something that the government is well positioned to help fund, to help carry out those programs. and will pay back dividends in the future.
Well, certainly the failure of the bridge on I-85 demonstrates the need for improvements in infrastructure. Atlanta is the least densely populated city of the 50 largest cities in the world. I've been to many of those. I've seen very effective transit solutions. And in an area like Metro Atlanta, where the population is so dispersed, you need to really look at heavy rail within the densely populated areas, and then you have to look at more effective, cost-effective solutions like bus rapid transit and autonomous vehicles.
As a former county commission chairman, I understand firsthand that as a member of Congress, my job is to coordinate with the local elected leaders, not to tell them what to do and how to solve the problem, but be their partner in helping them determine the what. But most importantly, my job is to work with them and partner with them on how to actually execute. So I look forward to doing that.
Of course, we need to invest in infrastructure, and that's what my plan calls for. We invest in infrastructure, put people to work, and we could do that today. There's folks up here who have records who've proven that they wouldn't invest in infrastructure when they had the opportunity. For example, Bob Gray here didn't when he was a councilman in Johns Creek. And other folks up here did the same when they had opportunities in leadership and failed. I will not. I'll go to Congress and represent the people of the district and make sure we get dividends back into the people's hands and into the infrastructure.
Mr. Gray, you get to answer that, and I don't want to make that a habit. Again, the question here was about MARTA. It was not about Mr. Gray's record, but since you mentioned his name, he gets to respond quickly.
Thank you. So when I was on City Council, I was responsible for representing the citizens of Johns Creek, the residents of Johns Creek. They clearly were very dissatisfied with paying taxes for 30 or 40 years and receiving no benefit. The extension of MARTA up through 400 corridor was not going to provide an easy access solution for the citizens of Johns Creek, and they were not happy about trying to pay taxes for another 15 years before that MARTA line would be operational, and they would prefer investment in roads and intersection improvements.
Again, there will be opportunities for you to question your fellow candidates, but this is not one of those opportunities.
Thank you. I have a record of actually investing in infrastructure in this community, but I do believe that we got to look at congestion. We have to ease congestion because that's where the people of my district and this congressional district really are challenged every day, getting to and from work and taking their kids back and forth to sports practices. But it's not the role of the federal government to do that. We should send those dollars back to the state and give the ability to the states to make the best decisions in the infrastructure that works best to them, for them, so that we can keep people moving and get people moving faster to and from work and school and play.
I'm in favor for the whole region to work together, so I would be in favor of the expansion of MARTA and the support of the workers that work on the system.
I've lived in this district my entire life, and so I've seen the traffic problem grow and become what it is today. I could be in favor of it, but I believe that the cost needs to be offset. And I do believe that it should be a decision that's made on a local and state level instead of a decision made by the federal government.
As a former chairman of MARTA, of operations for over 6 years, no one on this stage has the most qualification as myself. I invite my viewers out there to look at Concept 3. I helped write that plan. It's a multi-use in terms of light rail, bus rapid transit. It will help the region. The president is very serious about $1 trillion in terms of this infrastructure. There's no one on this stage that has a relationship with the president that's going to fight for tax dollars that come back to this district better than Bruce Lavelle.
Yes, William Lopp. I'm looking to expand the infrastructure to support our growth. We need our local areas to concentrate on where the growth needs to be. If our growth is closer to the highways, we can keep the highways moving with a transit system down the middle of 75, 85, 400, 285. Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate the first responders. They did a terrific job. But look at the opportunity that MARTA management has to convince the people in the 6th District that this is a viable alternative to driving to their destination. They need to show people they can get there safely and on time.
Jeff, absolutely. If I'm elected, I'll work on a bipartisan basis in Congress to support a fiscally responsible infrastructure package that delivers solutions to Metro Atlanta so we can grow into an economic powerhouse that's the envy of the rest of the country and build the Silicon Valley of the South right here in Atlanta.
Andre Pollard. MARTA should have been here already. The fact that it's not, it's just tragic. It's still going to take, even if we start it now, it's still going to take 9 years or whatever to complete. In the meantime, we probably need a lot more low-cost housing, because if you look at all the McDonald's and Burger Kings and Kroger's around, they have no employees, and those people are now contributing to our commute.
Hello, I'm Dr. Rebecca Quigg. I think it's clear the 6th District needs a rapid, clean energy transportation system. I envision a monorail system that can follow highways and will not take up additional land. These areas can be connected to local communities and also shopping centers, so that it'll increase business investments.
Ron Slotin. When I was in the state Senate, I was the first legislator to introduce legislation to create funding for commuter rail and rapid transit and bike trails to add connectivity to our community. And who fought me the most? The Department of Transportation. And now we're 20 years behind where we need to be. We have to have, every great city in the world has commuter rail. Atlanta has to have commuter rail. We've got 2 million citizens moving here in the next 15 years. We have to have commuter rail, light rail, bike paths, and trailways to connect our communities.
Jeff, first of all, let's congratulate the Chief Executive of MARTA, who's done an outstanding job of bringing physical responsibility back to MARTA. That's been a big key to MARTA's success in the last couple of years. The answer to the question is simple. It's left up to the voters. That's the way the Chief Executive of MARTA believes it should be done. That's the way the voters believe it should be done. That's the way I should believe it done. The third part is rapid transportation is not necessarily the answer for all local economies.
Very good. If you'd like to sit down, and we will give a little refresher about how we began this as far as the order goes. Again, each candidate will be asked one question by a panelist here to my right, and the order was determined by random selection. Candidates will have 45 seconds in which to respond. So, Giovanna Derpick, you get the first question. It is to Reagan Edwards.
Good evening, everyone. Ms. Edwards, this is something that touches every family. When it comes to health care, according to your website, you say, quote, "We need to put our minds together to come to a solution that increases coverage and decreases premiums." Now, that sounds like an abstract, very general way of approaching the problem. At least one of your opponents has many more specifics. Do you have any specific ideas so that the experience that you have can bring a workable solution that's also affordable?
One of the things that we can do is we can let Medicaid or Medicare talk directly to pharmaceutical companies. Right now, they're not allowed to. They would be able to negotiate better rates on medicine. Another thing that we can do is we can look at the wasteful spending. There is a lot of wasteful spending right now, and if we could pay more attention to that, get it cut out, there would be a lot more money so that people can save on premiums. And the way that we can increase the number of people that take advantage of the ACA is that we can offer it in other states. There are states like Florida that have 5 million people that would get on it if they had the ability to. So we need to give those states incentives to start using the ACA.
What kind of incentives?
Well, what kind of incentives? Well, definitely that would have to be something negotiated with the state. I personally don't know why states like even Georgia has not taken all of the money that we can. We would have to work with the governors of those states to determine why they have not taken advantage of these great benefits and figure out what they feel they need and what their constituents need to make it more affordable and make it a better option.
Ms. Edwards, thank you. Now, Jim Galloway, your turn to ask Karen Handel a question.
Ms. Handel, first of all, thank you everybody for being here. Ms. Handel, when you were a vice president for Komen for the Cure, you registered as a lobbyist and attempted to impact aspects of the Affordable Care Act. Would you care to tell us what your concerns were then?
Absolutely. When I went to work for Komen, Obamacare had been in effect long before I took that job. So obviously, once it was in effect, we wanted to take a bad law and make it better. And that meant making sure that we had coverage for mammograms as part of the essential benefits. And I would expect that everyone up here can agree that life-saving mammograms, whether you get your plan off of an exchange or through your workplace, is a benefit that we would want women to be able to have access to.
Lisa Hagen, it is your turn to ask Kurt Wilson a question.
Mr. Wilson, time for term limits. That's been your campaign battle cry in this race. You say eliminating the national debt, balancing the budget, doing away with income tax. All of these things are possible if we just amend the Constitution and impose term limits on Congress. What do you say to arguments that term limits would mean lobbyists end up knowing more about policy than the lawmakers?
Lisa, great question, and that's exactly where we are today. Lobbyists absolutely control Washington, D.C. Special interests control Washington, D.C., and we have an elite ruling political class, a House of Lords and Ladies. The only way we're going to change that is with a constitutional amendment for term limits to the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate. It's time to get regular folks, regular ordinary citizens, the way the Founding Fathers intended it, back serving the people in limited short periods of time. It's the only way we're going to have the courage and the energy to deal with the issues of actually resolving $20 trillion of national debt and reversing it, balancing the budget with a surplus, repealing the 16th Amendment and replacing it with a flat tax or a fair tax, and most importantly, getting rid of the onerous federal bureaucracy that's choking the freedom out of every one of us. Thank you, Lisa.
Back to Giovanna, and you will ask a question of Ron Slotin.
You say you'd like to push mass transit into northern Fulton County. When was the last time you actually took mass transit, or on average during a month, how many times you take it? And what would you tell people to convince them that they should take it? And most importantly, how would you pay for it?
Sure. Well, let's look at what's going on in the 6th District. So when companies look to where they're going to locate, you look at Mercedes and West Rock moving to Sandy Springs, State Farm moving to Perimeter. They need to move close to public transportation so their employees be able to get to work. So it's important to continue the economic growth of the 6th District. We need to have public transportation available. So whenever we go to the Hawks games or Falcons games, we always take MARTA because that's the best way to get there. But people that want to live in Alpharetta and work downtown, it's a great way for them to transport. And for companies that are in Alpharetta and they need to recruit younger people that want to move into the IT business, they can take MARTA to those jobs. So transportation, public transportation is the key for economic development in the city of Atlanta.
As far as you riding MARTA, as the question was?
Yeah, so the Hawks game, Falcons games, and whenever there's a big event downtown, we always take MARTA because it's a lot easier. And that's, as a family, that's what we do.
Mr. Slotin, thank you. Jim Galloway, your turn to ask Judson Hill a question.
Mr. Hill, we just heard Ms. Handel say that she considered mammograms an essential aspect of any insurance, health insurance coverage policy. This week, we saw an attempt by Republicans in the White House, led by Vice President Mike Pence, to restart talks on the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. Among the provisions being considered are reductions of health care coverage essentials and the end to protections for those with pre-existing conditions. Are you on board with that?
Absolutely. I actually wrote legislation dealing with pre-existing conditions a number of years ago in the Georgia Senate. We need to take care of those people who have pre-existing conditions. The answer is actually fairly simple. Part of the answer is, and that's allow people to have insurance and keep it with them when they switch jobs, so it's not tied to your job, not tied to your employment. And you should be able to have the same insurance if you work for a big company like Home Depot as you do if you're working for a small business. Right now, the tax equities, it's not fair the way you get treated in the tax market.
Mr. Hill, I think you might have misunderstood my question. In the White House, the talks that are occurring right now would end access to those with to insurance with those with pre-existing conditions.
I support helping people with pre-existing conditions, and I do that because it's the right thing to do, and you can do it by letting insurance stay with you as opposed to losing insurance and having your financial security at risk when you switch jobs, just like automobile insurance or homeowners insurance. It's important. We can make it affordable. We can make it accessible. I've written legislation like that, like buying insurance across state lines 9 years ago. It's important we look out for the patient first and let the patient control their dollars and let the patient have the best choice and expanded access to health care. And if you can do that across the country in a competitive market, that's the best thing for America and best thing for the people of this district. Thank you.
Lisa Hagen, you are up. Your turn to ask Andre Pollard.
Mr. Pollard, you call yourself a candidate for the Tech Party.
Yes.
The U.S. Department of Labor just announced it would increase its scrutiny of H-1B visa holders, which helps attract foreign skilled workers, many with backgrounds in the tech industry. The Atlanta area has tried to market itself as the Silicon Valley of the South. Do you have concerns that immigration policies are going to affect the growth of the tech sector here?
Well, we already have a very large H-1B visa holders in District 6 and up in Forsyth County. What I am promoting is that we retrain, inner city youths, women, legacy workforce. I run a Ruby on Rails class on Saturday for 4 hours, and I teach anyone that wants to learn how to program a website. And you would be surprised at the people that actually come out there. Some of them are over 60, some of them are 15, 20 years old. A very successful class. And that's what we need to do. We need to take our workers and we need to retrain them so we don't have that large dependency on H-1B visa holders.
Giovanna Derpick, it is your turn again. This time, a question for William Lopp.
Mr. Lopp, good evening. According to your website, you say that you want to make English the official language. To some immigrants, that may be offensive. They say that they're eager to learn and they plan to acculturate to the American way of doing things, and they do plan to learn English, but by you saying that that's a priority, they may say that that sounds like you're not welcoming to them and you're not open and embracing other cultures and diversity. What do you say to them?
My father was born in Italy, raised in Spain, came over to America in 1936, became a citizen. He assimilated himself into the economy by learning the language. And we would expect people that come to America to use our language, American. We don't really need to spend the money to have Spanish and have Italian and have French and have Arabic. These languages, we're in America and you need to assimilate and be American.
Jim Galloway, you're up. Your question goes to Rebecca Quigg.
Dr. Quigg, you would be replacing another physician in Congress, but you are from a different party. So I'm asking, under what terms would you be willing to discuss health care with Donald Trump?
I'd be glad to discuss health care reform with Donald Trump. We need a bipartisan effort to improve the Affordable Care Act, to reduce premiums, deductibles, and to get prescription drug prices and pharmaceutical companies to come to the table. I think that the failed effort shows, and Lindsey Graham mentioned, that we need to work across the aisle to get this done. We've tried 60 times under Tom Price's efforts to repeal this law. Now we've had another failed effort because 57% of the country was against their repeal-replace plan. And I'd like us to get together and fix what we have, expand it till we get to coverage for 100% of all Americans.
Lisa Hagen, your question now is for Alexander Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, you've said a lot about your working class Christian background. Religious expression seems very important to you. Do you think federal anti-discrimination laws should extend to sexual orientation and gender identity?
No, I don't. I think the role of the government shouldn't be expanded to those of the personal life in that regard. You've got to separate the church and the state, but you can't separate the church from the person. And that's why it's important to me to emphasize that and to let people know that my faith, to me, is something that's very important. But I'm not going to legislate an agenda that discriminates folks because they have a different belief as I do. That's really important to me, and that's what we're going to do. If elected, I'm going to make sure that I take my faith strongly into the regard of being the people's campaign, the poor people's campaign, in the sense of MLK's religious sort of background, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that we have a society that focuses on the least and the most in need, and that's what I want to do in this campaign. That's why I emphasize my working class background, and I want to make sure that the working poor also have a seat at the table, and that we focus on legislation that focuses on people like that as well.
Now back to Giovanna, who will ask a question of Bruce Lavelle.
Mr. Lavelle, good evening. Many people feel that Donald Trump, President Trump, has energized and legitimized hatred, discrimination, and bigotry. As a minority yourself, what do you tell other minorities who feel threatened simply because the color of their skin, their country of origin, perhaps their religion, especially when you're such a staunch Trump supporter?
Well, unfortunately, the president got a bad rap with liberal media trying to portray him to being something that he's not. And as myself, running the largest diversity coalition in the history of a Republican candidate, that's National Diversity Coalition for Trump, which we were able to bring approximately 10% of African American votes to the table, which no other Republican candidate can do since Richard Nixon. Also, 28% plus Hispanic vote came to the table and voted for President Trump. And those are very large numbers, and unfortunately he got a bad rap, and that's totally false, and the numbers will prove it. And I say stay tuned in 2020. We'll more than triple that.
All right, Jim Galloway, your turn, and your question is for Richard Keatley.
Mr. Keatley, you've made debt-free college a centerpiece in your campaign. How do you get there? And do you have any solution for the college debt that many millennials are already carrying that's keeping them from entering the housing, well, basically that's kept them in their parents' basement?
Yes, as an educator, I feel this is a crisis that our country is facing. After World War II, we had a thing called the GI Bill that created the greatest middle class our nation has ever known. People that had been working class got to go to college. They became engineers, entrepreneurs, artists, and scholars. And I feel strongly that something like that, by linking the cost of education to a system of national service, it wouldn't have to be military service. I went to school on an ROTC scholarship. Certainly that would be one aspect of it, but also if you're an engineer working in a co-op program for the great infrastructure changes that we're all talking about here, I think that would be a way to link the usefulness of education to the cost of it as well.
Lisa Hagen, you are up. Your turn for a question for Amy Kramer.
Ms. Kramer, you said you support President Trump, but that you're not a yes woman. Would you have voted for the original GOP health plan proposed by House Speaker Paul Ryan? Why or why not?
No, I absolutely would not have voted for it. And the reason why is because it did not lower the cost of premiums, lower the cost of deductibles, or lower the cost of prescription drugs. And that is something that's not about parties. That's not about being Republican or Democrat. It's an issue that affects all Americans that are dealing with health care, and that's all of us. Not every one of us is a doctor, but all of us are patients. And so I think it's important that we come together and that we deal with those issues that are affecting Americans. And when they don't even include the purchase of insurance across state lines, and that's something that even Democrats could have gotten on board with, I couldn't support it.
Giovanna Derpick, we go back to you to ask a question of John Ossoff.
Good evening, Mr. Ossoff. It was recently revealed that you only had national security clearance for 5 months. Now, you said in your campaign press release that you were a, quote, national security staffer in Congress for 5 years. But you really only served 3 years of it full-time as a congressional staffer. Given that millennials are constantly having to defend themselves from being accused of having a sense of entitlement, do you think that you're proving that? Do you think that 3 years full-time experience constitutes serious experience and that you've paid your dues for such an important position?
Thank you for the question, Giovanna. Here are the facts. I served for 5 years as a congressional aide specializing in defense and national security policy. I worked closely with our military and our intelligence community to help keep Georgia and the country safe. I helped draft legislation that was passed by Congress and signed by the President. I helped draft initiatives that were among the first passed by Congressman Johnson while I was working through college in his office. I will take that experience to hit the ground running on day one to keep our country safe and to advocate for a policy that will help us grow our local economy and create more jobs here in Georgia.
Draft legislation, like what?
Well, in 2007, I helped draft a congressional resolution dealing with the civil war in northern Uganda, a conflict that later required the deployment of U.S. Special Operations Forces, and for 2 annual fiscal authorizations of the Department of Defense. I contributed language to the National Defense Authorization Act, which was passed by the House and Senate and signed by the President.
Jim Galloway, you're up. Your turn. Your question is to Dan Moody.
Let me find him. There he is. Okay. All right. Mr. Moody, you say we need to build better roads, bridges, rails, and information technology infrastructure. It's very possible that you could be in Congress when President Trump presents his infrastructure investment package, which he says could top $1 trillion. What form should that take? Tax breaks to encourage public-private projects, or straight-up funding by the federal government? And if the latter, would you demand an offset before you supported it?
Thank you, Jim. Transportation is so important to us. And today, with respect to infrastructure, we've got to get it right. The president has set aside in his plan for a $1 trillion budget to fix infrastructure. And we're not just talking about highways and bridges, but rails, water reservoirs, and also air traffic control systems. So with respect to funding, I think every option should be on the table, whether it's through tax reductions, whether it's through other public-private partnerships to fund these, but we've got an opportunity that we've just got to get it right. Infrastructure is far too important to ignore right now.
Lisa Hagen, a question for Keith Growert.
Mr. Growert, international humanitarian groups are accusing the Syrian military of carrying out a deadly chemical attack this week on a northern rebel-held area of the country. According to witnesses, more than 70 people, including children, died from exposure to a banned nerve agent. What responsibility do you feel the United States has to lead and act in defense of international human rights?
Thank you for the question, first of all. The world is safer when the United States leads. If we look at the situation in Syria, President Obama was the original one to establish a red line for the use of chemical weapons. The president of Syria passed that red line and we did nothing. There is danger and cost when America gets involved, but there's also severe danger and cost when America does not get involved. And I think right now, by not being more involved and showing more leadership in the Middle East, specifically in Syria, we have seen the cost to the world and ultimately to our own security, and particularly to those people in Syria who are suffering the consequences, the horrific consequences of America failing to step up and lead in a time of crisis.
Giovanna, your turn, and your question is to Muhammad Ali Bhuiyan.
Welcome, Mr. Bhuiyan. You're proud of potentially becoming the first Republican Muslim congressman in Georgia, yet some people are frankly uncomfortable with the notion of a Muslim in office. You said that the courts have spoken regarding President Trump's executive orders regarding immigration. But do you believe that President Trump's orders represent a quote-unquote Muslim ban? Have you used the term radical Islam? And where have you publicly denounced terror attacks committed by Muslims?
Well, it's a very interesting race. As you pointed out, I'm a Muslim candidate. Mr. John Ossoff, he's an Orthodox Jewish candidate. We got Baptist, we got all kinds of religion. None of the other religions are mentioned, but I get this question all the time. I lived here for 30 years. I've been vetted multiple times. When I became resident, citizen, global card, entry card. The question, I denounce any forms of violence or extremism anywhere in the world, whether it's here, anywhere, by anybody, not just one religion, any religion. So the point that everybody should understand that my wife and I, we lived there for 30 years, we are a model citizen, and